Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise astrology. Silic God, Zodiac, stellar field ruler. Ferris wheel Bueller, seven seal jeweler. Blow is so hot, I made the devil feel cooler. My love is so high, the seven heavens nailed to you. Versus scorch, burn the human torch when I'm flaming on. My heat made their favorite cuts, that's filet mignon. Basic door, nature spawn. Haters going, faders drawn. Wanna kick your king, be careful when you place the pawns. Body still firm, and don't tell it where my brain's been. Midnight oil burner written with a vape pen. Hidden in my brainstem. Wisdom is a strange gem. I be speaking in tongues in the sun dialect. Giant who be stepping on tanks, I punch fighter jets. Zodiac is raining invisible, spun spider nets. Thought alarms waking the dead, but no timer set. Radio is putting in work, it's no idle threat. Used to cash checks to buy, now we buy checks with cash. Like Nike cereal and Instagram seller badge. I stay flying, I won't back down yet. Put they money up behind me, that's a background check. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise astrology. Yeah, flaming headdress, glowing eyes, the prestigious. Portals in the ocean, in the sky are the deepest. Zodiac records, I supply you repeaters. Astrologers, go and fly to the peaks. Out this world where the mind's eye couldn't reach us. I am so aware, with record needles, I be threading time fabric into flesh. I can sow the air. Teddy pentagrammatine, I expose the red. You claiming block you rep, but you don't even know you're square. Cause Zodiac, I'm bright like a solar flare. White robe from the fur of a polar bear. Sperm made a golden glare. Words from a yogi prayer. Outer space solar. Filling up the spot, you are now a placeholder. Don't know how to play soldier. I spoke deep like the sound was played slower. Illuminate the arc to bring us now to wake Noah. Halo on the crown, that's a holy war. Man versus machine, that's the holy war. Told me more, man's an android with the circuitry that no one saw. Into demons' layers, with the demon slayers. Swimming through the dreams and layers. Wisdom for your streaming players. I see through you if you lying, that's a CAT scan. Blow a hole through your group, now that's the gap band. Burning Aries in the dust, that's an ashram. I try to jog my memory, but the past ran. Lunar cycle next phase, hidden like a masked man. Ninja with the fast hands, quicker than the flash can. Never saw my blade till it hit him when they crash land. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Power of the one, I can rise to the secrets. My light shine, open up our eyes like a phoenix. Son of man birthed in the sky as a fetus. Cosmic hitman, most high, the elitist. Showers in the sun, bathe my eyes in uniqueness. Zodiac God, all praise astrology.
God damn.
All praise astrology. Welcome to the congregation. We're about to go. No man has gone before as we explore. You got the knowledge.
Honestly, I don't know.
You know what that means? No one can tell you you're in love, you just know it. Through and through. Balls to bones. So?
You just know it. That right there, that one small little clip is, it's like a time capsule for the new moon in Virgo. just know it.
Within the
Love is
nervous
the sun.
system. It's just in your it's in your wiring. Virgo is
Right?
your wires, especially when we talking about a trine with Uranus. Your nerves is your inner wiring. That is your ancestral technology. You just know.
Just
You know
know.
what you know.
Love the sun, right? The sun and the moon meeting, masculine, feminine. Trine Uranus, knowing. You just know,
Hmm.
right? So what I find really interesting about this energy, I want to make it visual. Now, can you bring up the new moon chart? So,
Yes.
so 'cause it's in my mind. I know it's in your mind, but we got to put it in the mind's eye of those who are watching, those who are listening, so they can see. Because it's an eye, it's the great eye. And I know it's an eye that never closes.
Hmm.
See that? That's an eye. A circle within a circle is an eye, but it's an eye that never closes.
Hmm.
An eye with no eyelid. So when
I
you
would know
see
why.
through this eye, you see all. The echo coming from. We have the new moon, 21 degrees of Virgo, 21 degrees, 58 minutes of Virgo, putting a highlight on your wellness, your health, your daily routines, which become how well you are. What you do every single day, routinely, ultimately becomes a problem or a solution. So this energy very much involves changing up the route you take. So you might be used to going to one particular place and now you're going somewhere else. You might be used to doing things a certain way and now you're doing it a different way because the trine to Uranus demands making adjustments that you're not aware of yet, that you're not deciding it's in the cards, right? It's like you're sitting there reading a book and all of a sudden somebody walks over and knocks it out your hand. You drop it. You got to pick all the pieces up. All the papers you had that's scattered all over the place. Because Virgo does what? It forces you to organize. So now you got to, with Mercury, the ruler of Virgo is retrograde, so we're reorganizing. Everything that Virgo does, we're redoing it. We're repeating it. We're restudying it. We're reanalyzing it, which leads us to the topic today. Not only is Mercury retrograde, but Uranus is as well, right? So it's old knowledge. It's things that you already knew, things you already had access to, things that you've already seen but didn't notice, things that you already heard but you really weren't listening, things that you read but didn't comprehend. going back over it again with a magnifying glass.
Mm, the details.
You look at the symbol of the sun and the moon, that's a lens, right? You would look into a microscope or a macroscope or a telescope. From above, you would see that the symbol of the sun. You look at your eye, like a contact lens. You're looking at the moon, right? Really the same thing from different perspectives. But what you're looking at is through a lens that you're able to adjust all of the minor and minute details. Because when you're looking in the Virgo, you're looking into the microscope. You're looking down into the details. So with Sag, then you be looking at the grander and bigger picture. But what we have to keep in mind is this is the adjustment between both of those, right? Because of Jupiter and Taurus still aspecting, trining Mercury, right? So it gives you the ability to adjust those details to expand and see a wider perspective. Sometimes you look in the details of something and you notice so much more. There's a whole world going on inside of you, just like outside of you. You go and you look up and you say, wow, look at how vast the universe is. Look at how amazing and detailed all of this is, this sky map. But if you were to look inside of yourself, you would see the same thing. And you'd be just as amazed as the detailed orchestration of all of the parts, the mechanics, and the internal clockwork, right? So this energy is all about adjusting to changes, changes in your money, changes in your habits, changes in your value system, changes in your diet, changes in your how you invest, changes in your work, changes in your health. And of course, depending on where you have the sun, what you have rising, it's going to adjust that even more, right? So for a Leo, the change happening in their 10th house, affecting their career. But I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to flip it backwards. Before a Cancer, their friendships, their associations, their networking is all adjusted, right? They may suddenly gain financially through a relationship with a friend or an
For the new
associate.
moon?
Yeah. Because I'm
Oh,
saying from the perspective of Cancer, it puts the Uranus energy in their 11th.
right. I was thinking you was talking about the new moon. Yeah,
I
you're
am.
no, I know,
I
but
am.
the you're talking about the trine, right?
The trine between the sun and the moon and Uranus. And in addition to that, we can't forget Uranus and Taurus is ruled by Venus, which is a Leo square Jupiter. So the energy is very generous at the same time.
But where is that? I know it's gonna come, but dang.
Remember, Virgo season, we work with things. We put in the effort in things. But where's Venus from Virgo? It's in the 12th house, right?
Right. I
That's why you say,
swear I
where's
thought of
that?
that. Right. I swear I thought Venus is in the 12th house of this
Where
season.
is it? You're imagining it. So listen, but watch this though, right? Just because something isn't visible to you doesn't mean it isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
So like the sun doesn't cease to exist when it sets. It's just beyond your vision, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same way 12th house. It's a blind spot. You can't see it well. You can't see it with your physical eyes.
Mm.
So then we got to think about this too. The form of value changes depending on what season we're in. So Venus means something completely different in Virgo season than it does in Libra season than it does in Scorpio season. It takes on a whole nother meaning,
Mm-hmm.
right? Also, the house placement that it's in takes on another meaning too. So Venus in Leo while we're in Virgo season is where is it? Venus in Leo while we're in Cancer season is it's oh I can see it. It's in front of me. I'm possessing it. I'm enjoying it, right?
It's gonna be in the 12th house though when we get into the Libra season 2. Venus,
The point is this:
patience.
Venus doesn't Venus doesn't leave the circle. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it isn't there. It just means it's coming in the form of
Mm-hmm.
the 12th house. So, for example, for 12th house related things, let's say, okay, I'll give you a good example. I seen a video not too long ago of a woman who was doing a lot of dramatic things in order to do some kind of scam to get money, right? That's Venus in Leo in the 12th house of the sun in Virgo, right?
Mm.
She's doing the most, being dramatic. Leo, she, Venus, right? Scam 12th house based on some form of deception in order to gain the charity 12th house of the people. So this energy is charitable, but it also deals with scams sometimes, not all the time. It also deals with people who make money through 12th house related things. You know,
Mm.
let's say that somebody goes fishing and they catch a lot of fish, right? Because Venus is in the 12th in the Pisces position, which is
Mm.
fish, right? And it's square Jupiter, which brings an abundance of the form of which Venus comes in. You understand? Which I told you changes. Like currency changes when you cross the borders, you go from one country to another, and the form of currency changes, right? Value didn't really change in the sense of whatever you want, you still want. But when you go to somewhere else, the things that you want may not be available there. The things that they find valuable or a delicacy to you, you're like, ew. You go to one place and they're like, oh, we eat bugs dipped in chocolate. You know what I'm saying? And it's a delicacy. You go
Mm-hmm.
somewhere else, they're like, ew, I'm not doing that. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a matter of perspective. You go one place and they can sell something for with a ridiculous price. You go somewhere else, they have the same thing for a fraction of that price because in that particular place it doesn't hold the same value. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna so it changes, it transforms. This is all about value switching and changing, transforming, but also growing because of Venus Jupiter. It's expanding, but it's expanding in the form that it's coming in, not necessarily the form that you want it, right? So let's say vitality. Venus and Leo can increase your happiness. It can increase your vitality, right? That's something that if you were missing, you were losing. You what happens when people get sick? They'll go and pay money, a lot of it, in order to regain health. So if
Mm-hmm.
the universe is giving you value in the form of health, and you're like, nah, where's the money at? It doesn't make sense because if, because if you didn't have health, immediately you're like, listen, I'll take this money, give me my health back.
Hmm. Nothing's more valuable.
That's more valuable, right? So it comes in different forms. It could come in the form. Watch this. Venus and Leo can come in the form of creativity. For somebody who creates, if you're going through a period of time where you don't have any ideas of what you want to create, there's no the universe isn't giving you because as a creator of anything, you're a vehicle and a vessel that first receives whatever it is that you're going to create and you transform it and then give it back out. But there
Hmm.
was a moment in time where you were, let's say you're a writer, because it's Virgo season, right? Let's say you're a writer, you write books. You're like, you know what, I've been stuck. Mercury's opposite Saturn. I've been stuck and I haven't come up with a lot of ideas, right? Writer's block, Mercury, Saturn. So the periods in time when the pen is flowing effortlessly, because Mercury is going to aspect Jupiter again as it goes forward after it retrogrades. And the closer it gets to it, the mind becomes more abundant with thought, where Mercury, Saturn is weighed down with heavier thoughts and heavier ideas and purpose, and is limiting what it's able to convey and what it's able to receive, the things that are important or timely, right? Or structured. I mean, so it's going to change constantly, depending on the energy that we're in. You know? What are your thoughts on this new moon? Wait, you on mute?
Oh, that was an
There
accident.
we go.
On this new moon, I feel that this is it's going to be a time of readjustments with the relationship with our health, um, even purpose filled relationships and connections. Being that, remember, I was telling you earlier that it's in the seventh house over here. So I always like to go off of which house it's in as well. Um, even noticing, even being aware that it isn't going to be in the seventh house for everyone, but I've noticed just from the pattern um, that it usually does play out, in certain worldly events, people that I know in different places. It's always going to be some sort of sprinkle of that, right? So, just a lot of just going in tune with my downloads. I feel like this is also a season of preparation because we are in a mutable energy. We're shifting. The seasons are shifting. And I feel that this is really about understanding, especially with the Mercury opposite Saturn. Um, I feel that this is a time where we are really understanding the balance of certain contracts, your contract, knowing and understanding your natal contract, the details of it, reviewing it, really
That
studying.
is so. You know what? You know what? I'm so glad you said that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about this. How many people every day with their phone, right? They download an app and it says, "Do you agree to whatever terms and of this con?" There's always a contract attached to it. Always.
And we're gonna be looking at the details.
And right, they just scroll, they just scroll, 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 scroll. Agree. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
how many people have done that with their contract? Because this is an app. You know what I'm saying? Their contract with the universe. So okay, do you sign up? Let's say somebody's born today with this energy, right? Well, I mean that's not today, but let's say somebody was born with the energy of the new moon. Someone will be born that day, right? I'm sure of it. So you say to the soul, hey, you know that if you come into this body on that day, you're signing up for relationship problems. You know that, right?
Hmm.
You
Damn.
know that do you know that you're signing up for back pain?
Mm.
Do you realize that you're gonna have to do
The
a lot
Mars
of
and
work?
Libra, huh? That's that back pain with the Mars and Libra.
Yeah, back
And
pain is
The Venus in the behind the sun.
right. Back pain, financial issues where you may have to rely on a partner who you can't rely on,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Because they're invisible. Virgo is the
Ooh.
partnerless.
And Mercury too. Yeah, Mercury is damn retrograde in the sixth. So it is kind of like, yeah, certain partnerships that just aren't working. I think that's going to be a theme too. They're not working. Literally, Virgo is work. They're not working.
What's
And, it's,
working
and these are
and
people
what's
who
not
probably been
working.
together for a very long time, being that Mercury is opposite Saturn. It's not exact, but yeah, I think it really is about purpose in relationships, whether it's realizing, oh, me and my partner need to, elevate what we're doing, or we need to merge what we're doing. Um, and for some
Mhm.
people, it's going to be like, yeah, this isn't working. I've been trying to get him to do this and that for years or whatever. There's going to be some sort of adjustment. I also consider and factor in Virgo being the eighth house for the collective energy from the perspective of the collective. Um, and it is going to be a lot of changes in our work, in what we're here to do. I mean, it never really changes because your north node is your north node, but I think it's definitely a transformation. We're transforming, we're transmuting how we're seeing what it is that we're supposed to be doing. I feel that this is a time where we're taking our health, we need to be taking our health a lot more serious, just because of what I know is coming. And I know this full moon is going to highlight that for us as well. Like, it's going to make us take a deeper look at how we are functioning on the day to day. What is your rituals? What are your habits? What are you addicted to? Being opposite Neptune. Because I look at Virgo, Virgo can bring addictions too, because it's habitual. You're just on this loop.
Virgo thinks obsessively because it has Scorpio in the third. So it becomes addicted to certain ideas. It becomes addicted to certain mental perspectives. Because
Mhm.
you get addicted to wherever Scorpio is. Because why? Because Scorpio is the eight, it's a loop. You know what I'm saying? You're caught in the loop,
That's been coming up a lot too.
right?
Timeline loops, quantum loops,
Let me
portals.
tell you something. Watch this. This idea popped up in my head earlier. If sexuality wasn't enjoyable, if it wasn't pleasurable, would the earth continue to repopulate?
Mm.
What if it was painful instead of pleasurable? What if it was a painful experience that you knew was necessary because you had to bring more people here? Would people still do it?
You know what? And it's crazy because people deal with that. Like, I know plenty of women who talk about that. Like, I don't want to say it's not pleasurable for them, but there's a lot of women who don't be orgasming. Like, they just be having sex for the sake of pleasing their man, their partner.
Hmm.
Hmm. And
That's
still
pretty
get
messed up.
pregnant and all that and have families and everything.
I'm talking about straight up. What if universally? for everybody, right? The act of reproduction, because Scorpio exhausts Leo, which is pleasurable.
Mm-hmm.
What if it was painful for everyone, the way the process of birth can be? What if the process of conception was like that? How would that affect the psychology of people? Would they want to continue
Mm-mm.
to reproduce themselves?
Mm.
Or are a lot of people here by default just in the pursuit of pleasure,
Mm.
trapped in a loop?
Mm.
Scorpio will trap you in a loop.
That's been coming up so much.
So it's
Loop.
trapped humanity in a loop.
Mm-hmm. Time loops.
I mean, it's how we get back.
And just our day-to-day time loops, work. Like, I think this is going to really highlight, the time loop that you're in when it comes to like just the realization, like, I don't want to do this no more. Why am I,
Yep.
selling my soul for $20 for 1 hour or whatever? Like, I'm giving up an hour of my life that I can never get back for $20 or $25 an hour or whatever people are getting paid per hour these days. And they're looking at it like, well, I guess it's better than minimum wage. And so you accept it, but
Yeah.
it's something about that that's going to make you realize, why did I subscribe to this? Why did I agree, seventh house, to this? I should be living my dreams. Opposite Neptune, I should be doing what I feel called to do, what I'm unconditionally connected to, what's the contents of my imagination. What am I here to create from the other realm? How can I pull from this vast universe called the imagination, or even just, like I said, the dream world? How can I pull from that and make it practical? Because I've been on this loop at this job. I've been afraid and living in fear, thinking in fear because of the loop of my bills, the loop of my, to some degree, we're all on the
This is
30-day loop.
a glitch. This is a glitch in the matrix that gives you an unexpected opportunity to get out of it.
Mm-hmm. It
This
sure
is a this is
is.
this is a
Yes.
momentary
Talk it.
window
Say it.
where
That's
you
it.
realize, because this is the epiphany.
Them details gonna hit
Go
your ass like, whoa.
listen. This is a point of revelation, to bring that back again, because that was a theme before in the previous show. We got into revelation because I'm gonna tell you something. Knowledge rules this energy. Scorpio, which is the third house of Virgo, is continuously in the pursuit of higher knowledge.
Mm.
Continuously, eternally.
I know Kung Fu.
Show me.
Show me. Show me what you know.
Mm.
Continuously.
Uranus in the fifth house of the sun.
Sun Uranus. Show me what you
Oh no, the
know.
ninth house. The ninth house.
The
Uranus is
sun in the fifth house of Uranus. Show me, act on your knowledge.
right.
Practically, does it work? Virgo. Is it accurate? Does it get the job done? Well, we know how good the tool is, not because of what you tell me about it, but if I need a screwdriver and you hand me something like this will do the job, but it doesn't do the job because I can't screw nothing with it. It's not a screwdriver. Take it back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So what is doing the job? What's not doing the job? and sorting between the two, separated. 'Cause that's what Virgo does. This again, Virgo separates.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get it twisted. Pisces says, "Oh, let's just mix it all together." Virgo says,
Mm-hmm.
"No, if we if we do that, it's gonna be nasty. We can't we can't do that. That doesn't go there." You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Yeah.
Put
You over here
everything in
making
its proper place, compartmentalize the details, break the puzzle pieces down and fix the pieces individually and then put it back together.
put the pieces together in the right place. Because
Mm-hmm.
Pisces said, look, Pisces says, you know what? You're look, okay, Aquarius scatters it. Pisces comes over and says, "Oh, look, it made a new picture. I like how this looks like this." Virgo says, "What are you talking about? That's not where the pieces go." And then proceeds to pick them up and then put them all where they belong to put the picture back. That's what this is. This is putting the puzzle back together again because you're puzzled. Everybody, listen. Let me tell you something.
Everybody, I was just
Everybody's
gonna say everybody puzzled.
everybody's puzzled. Everybody's wrestling with a very difficult idea and information. They're stuck between information that they haven't received yet and information that they have that they're not sure is true because
mm,
Mercury is going back towards opposing Saturn,
mm,
which is heavy thoughts, heavy decisions, right? Serious problems with trying to weigh out truth versus fiction, what's real. And Saturn and Pisces, more than any other time, makes reality. It blurs the line between reality and the movie, and it shows that one.
mm.
Because all we're doing is bringing our imagination, like you were saying, we're bringing our imagination into matter.
You said it blurs the line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Blurs Pisces, the line Saturn.
that makes sense because the wheel of time. Remember us like telling you about the wheel of time. I feel so connected to to the messages in that, like the blurring the line of the cinema or the
Mhm.
what did you say? The movie? Is that what you said? The movie
Yeah, because
or
because we're living in the movie.
yeah.
With so you if you watch a movie, you're inside of your consciousness is inside of a movie. The same way, like right now, your consciousness is inside of the movie that you're experiencing. But while you're watching something, it goes into that for a moment where you even forget that you're you. You know what I'm saying? You're over here ducking things that aren't even real because your consciousness is attached to whatever it is. You're tied into the emotional experiences of people who aren't even real. You know what I'm saying? Who are only reading off of a script.
hmm
But
But it still can take
sometimes,
you into it still can take you into that quantum realm or that quantum space because where did they get it from? They came from,
mhm,
they came from their imagination when they wrote these scripts
which is
and
exactly
created it.
where we came from.
Mm-hmm.
That's
12.
the real truth. That's where we came from.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're a strange mixture between truth and falsehood.
Strangely
Because
mixed.
strangely mixed because we are literally the result of imagination.
Mm.
You
Yeah.
the wheel has no beginning and ending, right? The head eats the tail. That's the line, the cusp of Aries and Pisces, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Aries came out of what? Pisces. It's the next step. It's the step that came
When a
before.
baby stick its head out the womb. during birth is coming from the waters. It's coming from that other realm, wherever
And
wherever
before
they
that,
come from.
it was a mystery. You
Yes.
couldn't see it. It was hidden to you. It was shrouded in the veil of mystery. And that brings me to our topic of the day, which is Uranus rising. Because this is all about unraveling that mystery. Knowledge, if you can. I would like to expound on the etymology of Uranus.
Let's get it.
That's going to take you down a rabbit hole. Here we are, Uranus. First planet discovered that was not known in ancient times, supposedly, right? But what's ancient times is Capricorn. What's
Mm-hmm.
after Capricorn,
Comes Aquarius.
Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus, right? Or after Saturn comes Uranus, named for the god of heaven, husband of Gaia, which is what? Earth,
Mm-hmm.
heaven and earth. The earth from Latin, Uranus from Greek, Oranos, literally heaven, the sky. In Greek cosmology, the god who personifies the heavens, father of the Titans, right?
Just as Uranus
So
rules astrology itself, the heavens.
the heavens, because where do you get the information from? You have to look what? Up. You can't look at the ground and get this information because the logic, the logos comes from the logos, which are the symbols, which are the signs, which is the science, which is above. That's the whole point. This is all about looking up.
And within too, because Uranus is our inner wiring.
Well, okay, you just took it to the next level. Watch, we're gonna connect that because looking up is looking within.
Mm,
We're gonna
yes.
get to we're gonna get to that, right? So look, that's why you see that the staircase here, right? The staircase here leading up to the light is the spine leading up to the light in the mind. So heaven,
Yes.
you have to know where heaven is. Because it says if Uranus is
Symbolism.
heaven, what's heaven? It says heaven is the visible sky, the home of God, the home of God, the
And like the
visible
circle seven
sky,
say, heaven is a mindset.
because that's the home of God in your
Mm,
head, the
yes.
visible sky, the firmament, right? The firmament. And then we see, right, a covering, a cover, to cover, right? All these are important because I'm about where I'm going to take this. Firmament, the sky, the home of God, a covering, and then also sharp stone, the stony vault of heaven. Now we're going to take you to the stony vault of heaven. But before we do, we're going to expound on the firmament. So if you could pull up knowledge, where'd he go? firmament. The etymology of this is so interesting because it really shows how it's all within. Not some slides when he comes back, certain things I wanted to say for the visual, right? But it's all inside of you. Heaven. Not have out, have in. To have in. All of these things that we're seeking. Like you said, where is it? Venus in the 12th house. Where is it? Underneath that head wrap. Where it is. That's where the jewel is. Not something that you have to seek. This value that you already have, but you don't know you have it. That's the epiphany here. The epiphany is the realization of things that you already are in possession of, but don't realize the value of it. Like I was saying, when you cross from one line into another line, the currency changes. You go from one point in time to another, and things you have and you possess gain or lose value due to your perception of it. Something can, even a person, over time, you reach a point in time, and a person can have a certain value to you that they didn't seem to possess before. Same person or less. But we have to slow down and look behind us in order to see what it is we're looking for. And like that, look at that Uranus, right? Uranus is the planet of knowledge. Knowledge and also things that suddenly and unexpectedly change. Internet glitches in the matrix, sudden and unexpected changes, lightning, enlightening, strange and unusual. These are the themes. Unorthodox, genius. Don't the most genius thoughts come when you don't expect them?
Yeah.
They don't come with warning. They don't say, "Oh, let's see if you're ready for this." They don't come with a warning label. Epiphanies don't come with a warning. They don't call first. They just show up. Just like opportunities. So this is spontaneity at its finest.
And wouldn't the
God damn you, Cypher.
I told you he's gonna go crazy with it.
I was gonna say, and wouldn't you say that, like, speaking on the Merkaba, right, and the Jupiter and the Uranus being in the 9th house of the sun and the moon, what would you say as far as like any type of, because I kept getting a lot about Merkabahs coming to me, and that how travel, uh, like traveling into the past or just any type of time travel period is going to be coming up. And I didn't even think about it astrologically, like literally until now. Like, yeah, Jupiter and Uranus is going to be in the ninth house of
Hmm.
this new moon,
That's people seeing strange and unexplained things in the sky. Remember,
flying.
that's the theme. That's flying, right? That's the theme here is the sky. That's why I said look up.
Right, right, right. Yes.
And you said, but also look within. So here's the layers of it.
Mm.
Knowledge. You back with us? If you can hear me, I need the firmament because I have to tie that. The body is the plane. The body is the rocket.
Yes. I've been hearing that so much. Like the earth, anything we're hearing about the earth is keyword for the body, and the body is keyword for the
Yeah.
earth.
Anything we hear about the universe, we hear about the body. See, here's the thing, right? People be so confused about what's going what's outside of us. What's
Hmm.
outside of us
It's
is a
happening in us.
macrocosm. It's a macrocosm of what's happening inside of us. So if you
Yes.
study yourself and how you work, then you already know how what's going on outside of you works because it's a mirror reflection
Exactly.
of it, right? So
Come on now. Yes.
the firmament, firm or solid structure, right? The vault of the sky and the floor of the earth, right?
Mm.
So probably literally the expanse to spread out, right? And to make firm or solid. So what are we dealing with? We're dealing with the skull. The skull is the firmament, right?
Mm.
It is that stone vault of heaven, right? It is the temple, right? So you see the temples here,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also your dome, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they say what? It's the home of God, and your home is what? Where you domicile. So
Wow.
where's heaven? The home of God, the temple within the head, that you have to climb the steps, the ladder up to Uranus, up to the sky, which is inside, but it's also outside because whatever's outside is a reflection of the body and of self. So now, if you can knowledge, pull up Revelation again because I want to show where this all leads. Thank you, sir. Revelation, a disclosure, a disclosure of information or knowledge to man by a divine or supernatural agency, right? So this is what we're dealing with when we're dealing with the sun and the moon meeting in Virgo, along with Mercury retrograde, and the sign that deals with details and studying, but with the lightning of Uranus amplified by Jupiter in the house of the teacher and of the expanse and of expanse, expanding. So this is how within the skull we have that which is firm, that which contains, but it contains something that can't be contained. It contains something that expands and grows beyond its borders. You understand? The mind like the breath cannot be held in the body can only channel a certain degree of it. You understand? So there's only a certain degree, a certain amount of your own energy that you're able to express at any given time. You understand? Because it's like a TV playing every single channel at once. It's impossible. See? It's capable of expressing all of them, but not at the same time. So to unveil, to uncover, to lay bare, to reveal, revelation, reveal, revelation. So we know that if the firmament is a covering, and that covering is the home of God, which is the mind. And revelation is a disclosure of information and knowledge to man by divine or supernatural agency, but also to unveil, to uncover. That knowledge rips off the cover and it goes beyond the veil of the limitations of that which is physical. It shows you where you extend beyond your physical experience, beyond the limits and the boundaries of time, which is Capricorn, which is Saturn. Uranus and Aquarius are outside of the boundaries. They cannot be held and contained by time. The ahead of its time, which brings me to Uranus rising. The value of knowledge is going up. Knowledge, if you could hit me with that slide, Uranus rising, that quote. The most recent one. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Man, you're gonna love this because it also relates to Aquarius risings. So we're dealing with Uranus here, knowing what Uranus is and represents of the disclosure. This is the child coming out of the womb, which is the dome, which is the firmament. Also, below as above, so below, through the waters, the water bearer. So this describes Uranus rising, those born with the energy of Uranus in the first position, right? The personification, remember Uranus, the personification of heaven. I was fortunate enough to have this, but also
Of
there's always a
course.
flip side. There's a flip side to everything. For everything that's fortunate is also unfortunate. It's good for one thing, but it's not good for something else. Uranus rising always causes the native to be somewhat original or eccentric and quite different from the everyday type.
Mm-hmm.
It gives a keen interest in all things occult, curious, profound, or metaphysical. To the most advanced of humanity, it gives genius and the power to see ahead mentally farther than the ordinary individual.
And this applies to Aquarius risings too, right?
Yes. Yeah. Aquarius rising, Uranus rising. Those who cannot respond to the higher vibration of this planet are very independent and usually rather abrupt. You know what, I'm gonna add to that. For those who cannot handle the higher vibrations of this planet, it can make you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazed.
It's real.
Because what happens is instead of grounding the lightning, you begin to move like the lightning completely.
Mm.
And without stability, you can't be on Earth.
All over.
Yeah. Without stability, you can't be on Earth because you're a lightning rod. You can't let the lightning completely rule the direction in which you move because if you channel too much of it, it'll burn you out. You can only handle so much of that energy
Yeah.
because of the form that you're in. But again, understand this, you are the lightning. So people who embody that energy, who don't have any grounding influences aside from that, will say, you know what, I don't got to listen to the rules. I just do what I want to do all the time. And when you do that all the time, you're going to be faced with consequences to those actions. Some of them which might shorten your visitation on the plane of Earth, right? This is also why Aquarius exalts Scorpio. So the more wild and crazy, the more random, the more deadly, right? You do things without strategizing, without any kind of see what we're doing here is we're merging the energy of strategy with new and unexpected profound realization. Which brings me to the next line here. And are usually rather abrupt as it acts directly upon the nervous system, which is Virgo.
Mm.
And so it stirs into great activity the personal magnetism. All persons born with Uranus rising are much in advance of the period in which they live. Story of my life.
Mm-hmm.
It's like somebody sent you back in a time machine and dropped you in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying things that they don't understand. And you're doing things,
Yeah.
yeah, they don't understand. They will. They will. But by that time you will have already experienced all of the rejection, the misunderstandings,
Mm-hmm.
Scorpio in the 10th.
Mm-hmm.
So those who are the most genius, they experience the most rejection at the same time because of the fact that their ideas are out of sync with the current degree of acceptance that most people have based on what they currently think. Because it's a shock to the system anytime you introduce things that are outside of the norm of what people are accustomed to. And that's what makes this energy one that we have to have this conversation to adapt to. Because we're in Virgo season, not Aquarius season. And Virgo is accustomed to the routine, the consistency, the pattern, the organization, right? It thrives on routine. It needs to be able to show up the next day to the same place and do the same job. Uranus will not allow that. All persons born with Uranus rising are much in advance of the period in which they live and usually become pioneers of reform, being attuned to a higher octave of thought than the majority can understand. It tends to the inversion of ideas. It can also be being attuned to a higher octave of thought than you can understand, not just the majority, right? And that's where the craziness comes in. When a light bulb has too much current going through it, and when you have thoughts that your own brain can't process because you haven't attuned yourself to that level of power. Understand, this is all power in its different forms. Some magnetic, some electrical, some dynamic, some that pull you in, some that push you out, some that drill you up, some that weigh you down. Uranus startles you, it shocks you and surprises you. It amazes you. It throws you off balance. It makes you uneasy, but it excites you. It's friendly, but be careful if you touch it because it can be like swimming through an Olympic sized pool in an electrical storm. So today we celebrate because also that new moon energy is very celebratory. We celebrate the change bringers. We celebrate those who care enough about the rules of tomorrow to break the rules of today. Or rather, those who care enough about universal law, which is the origin and root of all common law, which is the origin and root of all de facto law, or options parading as law. Law is a wall, and that wall is time. We're all brushing up against an invisible wall called time. That's the boundary. That's the firmament. There's an invisible boundary called time because you can't be whoever you're going to be tomorrow, you can't be today, no matter how much you want to be, because there's an invisible wall called time that's blocking you from doing so. The things that you imagine yourself achieving in the future, you can't do today because there's an invisible wall called time that's blocking your body or slowing down your body into a process that your mind has already completed. And
Mm,
that's
mm,
where the Uranus energy comes in, because the Uranus is where you're conscious of the fact that you've already done this a million times over. And all you got to do is remember
mm.
the revelation. See, Virgo says, let me go through the training. Uranus says, knowledge, you know that clip? I know Kung Fu. Or whatever it is you need to know. You just know. And you don't know how you know, but you downloaded it. The same way you can download something into a computer and all of a sudden the computer says, oh, I know. I know now. I didn't know before. The same way you can input information into AI and AI didn't know about it before
Mm.
until you told it. And you walking around talking and acting like it's God and everything it knows you told it. And it's doing its best to give you back what you asked for, and sometimes it's doing a miserable job at it.
Mm.
Sometimes it does an amazing job.
Because somebody
Same
told
thing
it
with us.
to do
Because
that.
somebody told it. But guess what? You're a computer too. And everything that you're able to do is because somebody programmed it into you. It's either part of your foundational core operating system,
Hmm.
the default setting. You get a phone and you may be able to upgrade it, and later on it says download the 12.3 version and with all that craziness. But when you got it, it came with a certain operating system on it. So did you. And
Yes.
over time, the transits are upgrades to that operating system that are continually happening, that are observable. Do you know what you're downloading? Hmm? Do you? Because you can only give back out what you're taking in. You can only exhale what you're inhaling.
Mm.
Hassan, you have a thought under there. Would you like to free it?
I was just thinking, like, that's what this energy is about, freeing where we've been programmed artificially and tapping into our divine intelligence. Our AI is ancestral intelligence, because there's certain things that we came here with that had to, whether for better or worse, that came down past.
Akashic information.
Yeah. And also that which has been passed down from, yeah, the Akashic, and also
AI.
the bloodline.
Astrological. This is it right here. Astrological intelligence.
Hmm. Yeah.
We're gonna do a whole episode.
That's the merging of
AI,
the heavens and the earth. You got
astrological
the
intelligence.
astrological intelligence and then the ancestral intelligence. Your bloodline is of the earth. Your flesh is of the earth. The DNA is of the earth. And then your astrological AI. And together they make you. But then it's like we're having misfires because of the artificial intelligence and the fake programming of other people who are programmed artificially, placing these societal standards or these daily functions that we
Their
strive.
AI is absolutely ignorant.
Right. I mean, I will say it has its uses. Some, like for example, the Iranian energy is also like innovation, right? So some inventions are necessary. We just got to be very mindful of what's being taken away. I had one live.
Ooh, what you said right there. Let me tell you something. Everything that happens in the world of Aquarius comes with the burden of something that happens in the world of Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
So for every genius idea, something is gonna have to die.
Yes.
Something old Capricorn is gonna something that served its purpose is gonna have to die
Scorpio in a
because
tent.
that genius.
Yes.
Listen, let me tell you something. Somewhere right now, somebody's coming up with an idea that's gonna kill a whole industry that many people are dependent on, and that's why. Watch this. That's why Aquarius puts what in its house of death?
Virgo.
Virgo.
Yes.
Because forget about that old routine. Because now we know
Forget
this.
about working hard.
People say, "Oh, the AI is taking our jobs." Well, yeah, Aquarius, which is knowledge and advanced technology, and it's also freedom, does what? It kills servitude, Virgo. It kills repetitive labor, Virgo. See, Virgo, while it's intelligent,
Hmm.
it has to read it, and it has to constantly be reassured and reminded of what it read, and
Hmm.
that's to read it again.
Yeah, that
But
makes sense because I was thinking like a car, for example. We went from cars. No, we went from horses, right, to cars. Whoever created or invented the car. So horses are still here, but what did that take away? And yes, cars are great, right? We're gonna get wherever we need to get a lot
It
faster
took
than
it took away it took away some clean air. It took
clean
away a lot of
air,
land. A
the
lot of
connection
land.
with you and that horse. A lot of people probably scared of horses.
That right there, yeah,
Never get on
that's
a horse.
major. You'll never be as connected to a car as you would to an animal that you ride
Hmm.
because it's alive.
But then you got benefits too. I would say, like a benefit could be like certain senses, certain innovative things that are for the senses, right? Um, you have, I just look at it like it's a high and a low, like a cell phone, for example. Um, yeah, it's great. We can, talk on Zoom and we can call each other. You're in Puerto Rico, I'm in Cali. That's great. But I think it did take a component of our telepathic abilities, right? It
Definitely,
took that
I
away.
agree.
A camera,
I agree.
a camera it's just a bootleg version of what our eyes can do, but it did kind of take.
Technology causes the dulling of our supernatural senses at a certain point because these things begin to atrophy because they're not being used.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, AI technology, Chat GPT is gonna, create
We are
whatever.
the technology.
Right. And that's why I said in Virgo, the aspect of Virgo in connection to us being a technology, that is our wiring, our nervous system.
Right.
And we're and
So
we're
you know what this is? This is a shock to the system.
yes.
That's what this is. It's a
Within
shock to the
and
system.
outside.
Absolutely.
Yes, a shock to the system. That's exactly what I've been feeling. I love that how
You
you
know
put
what?
it.
With that, I think we should get into the main event.
Mm, okay.
Unless you have something else you wanted to say.
Mm-mm.
I think that we got to balance out the knowledge with. That was the purpose of this, to balance out the knowledge with the creative aspect, because it's the form through which we're digesting and processing information because of Uranus and Taurus, ruled by Venus and Leo. It's like feeding something to a child. If you put it in a form of entertainment, you can take Listen, I've watched children's cartoons that had higher science and things that a lot of the grown people be watching.
Right.
No
Right.
lie, almost consistently.
Who's programming who in this scene? I can't play it so you can't hear the audio because I don't want them to mess with this wonderful build. But who's programming who in this scene? Do y'all remember this scene?
Yeah, I do.
This is Matrix 2. This is the Oracle. He just fought Seraph in order to get here. Before he went to this place, when he was a quote unquote novice, he was invited in. Morpheus brought him here, if y'all remember. Now, this is part two. He has to go see the Oracle again, and things are not so easy. The access isn't so easy. He wouldn't know how to get there again if he didn't have a guide. So he had to trust the guide, and the guide just fought him to show who he was. In order for him to gain
So
access
you don't know
to the
someone can fight
Oracle,
him.
he had to fight his way there. So now we're in this scene, and she's on the bench feeding the birds. And you don't know how many birds there are until you get around this bench. So he's walking up. She takes off her glasses. He takes off his glasses. In this
Giving
scene,
off big Virgo energy.
right, in this scene, she says, "You're not sleeping." Well,
You're not what? You went out.
she said, "You're not sleeping." I know. We'll get to that.
Mm.
Because he's not there of his own volition. He thinks that he becomes the one at the end of Matrix 1. Now he's the one, but he doesn't know what the one does. He thinks the one does this and that. He thinks the one is the liberator. And in this one, this entire installment is about what he doesn't know versus what's the truth versus what he thinks he knows.
Mm-hmm.
So he thought he had a clear path in the way to an oracle, and then when he came there, he had to fight her protector. He didn't know that her protector existed before. When he first went there, he saw the children. Y'all remember the scene with the child with the spoon? He came in there clumsily knocking shit over, and she said, "Don't worry about it. I'll get one of my kids to fix it." They didn't need him.
Sun,
They didn't
look,
need him.
Sun conjunct the moon in Virgo. Sun is children. Virgo is fixing it, and the moon is the mother
And all of this
and
is
the home.
happening inside of someone's mind.
Virgo.
That's the most important part. This is happening in someone's mind. That's the most important part because we're about to segue into one of the greatest rides we could ever go on. And it began as a thought or a determined idea inside of the mind of astrology Jesus. So she says, "Why don't you sit down this time?" He said, "Maybe I'll stand." And he sits down. He said, "I felt like sitting down." She said, "I know."
No. Uranus, I know.
So she's
So that,
programming him.
and she's talking to him about nature because he's an aversion. She's guiding him through this process of understanding nature, and she's supposed to be the non-human, and he's supposed to be the human. She said, "Let's get the obvious stuff out the way." He said, "You're not human." Doesn't get any more obvious than that.
And that
He said, "If I had to guess," he went from knowing that he was the one back to the guessing game again. "If I had to guess, you're part of
well, that's this too, going from knowing back to guessing.
right. So I'll wait till because he sits down, and then they're going through the discourse, and he said, "You're a program, and so is he." When we get into the matrix, whenever we do it, there's another place to go with this whole entire thing. I'm just showing this because it relates to
Mhm.
where we are, this journey we're about to go on. We thought we knew a bunch of things. We thought we knew we thought we knew you. The child of Jesus, we thought we knew you. We thought we had you pegged because many of us had seen you under other names. They know you. Everybody know you from a different season, a different aspect of your catalog, a different
I thought
aspect of.
I thought I knew me.
So we go back to guessing again. You see what I'm saying? So we on this journey. He walked up real sure and felt like he knew me.
Son, he froze.
So she talked about programs hacking
Wait,
programs.
rewind. Whatever you just said, didn't hear it.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mer- Mercury retrograde.
She's talking about right. She was talking about the when she tells him to look at the birds. She said a program was written
Frozen again.
Because he's a program. We all are.
I was trying to say, Uranus is the frozen energy too, the cold. Interesting. That's what we're. So, would you say Virgo is the program or Uranus?
Virgo is the program. Well, I mean, put it like this. These are all different components of the whole thing is the program. They're all different components of the program. Like Aries is the RAM, right? Memory.
Mm-hmm.
You have Virgo. Every program has a pattern. Has to have a pattern. That's what defines it as a program. I don't care
Right.
what. Like you
And
make a
Virgo is
game.
patterns, habits,
Yeah.
things we just be
Make
doing just because our nervous system is signaling us to do it, and we don't even really think.
right.
It is your religion. Virgo is your religion. So
It relies. Yeah. Rely.
mhm.
Religion.
People be
It
so
relies on
anti-religious.
repetition.
People be so anti-religious establishments, but they don't even know how to check their religion. I was talking
Because
about that
they
today.
taught the
Like how
pattern.
we might get on like when people wake up, they instantly check their phone or,
Hmm.
without expressing any gratitude or
Hmm.
anything. It's just what are you how are you being what is your program?
Exactly.
Outside of what the world is doing and talking about, check your stuff. Check you,
Exactly.
check your religion, check your ritual, check your habits. And how can you create some groundbreaking new ones?
That right there. Say that again. Repeat that.
Check your habits, check your rituals, check your religion. And I don't mean establish religion in some building. Your religion is what you do every day for your betterment or for your detriment.
That's right.
You eating chocolate every day or you eating vegetables and herbs or what have you every day? It's still religion. It's still a routine. It's still what you do day to day. It's still your program. It's still how your nerves, how your electrical system within your body is sending these particular neurons and shocks all through you to make you do what you do. How you function, right? Virgo is our functioning. So checking that. And when you check that, you got to realize, okay, I need to create some new groundbreaking habits, systems, rituals,
Uranus
religious
and Taurus,
lifestyle.
groundbreaking.
Yeah, groundbreaking. And it's gonna be big. In fact, now that I said that, I feel like it's probably gonna be something groundbreaking within outside of ourselves too. Like something that is gonna break or earthquake or
Definitely.
we just had that natural disaster. Where was that? Libya, and something broke there. It was something that broke. I think the storm caused the dam to break, and it killed like 5,000 people.
That when it comes to storms,
Hmm.
quakes, natural disasters,
Uranus.
financial disasters, all things that. Because the thing about this energy is that it can go from one extreme to another. Whenever you're dealing with things of that magnitude, you're always dealing with big money involved in it too. It's
Hmm.
tied to it, you know. Whether it's caused and it's tied to it that way, whether it's land involved and it's tied to it that way, or whether it's how people deal with their efforts afterwards. Because sometimes you have people that exploit those kind of situations for great resources. Jupiter and Taurus from the people, Uranus. You know, we it's all about freedom.
Hmm.
Now let's be ready. I, ne- I I need you to do one of those magnificent intros you do because
Me?
nobody could do it. Both of you, both of you. You set it off already with one of the greatest testimonies I've ever heard for this.
You know I love Uranus Rising, especially the Virgo song and the Cancer one. All of them, but then my two.
Uh
I wrote this song for you because you inspired it.
oh.
Um,
Well, let me find out. Let me find out that you know the words.
I do.
You know all the words.
Yeah.
Really?
That album is what, 2019, right?
Yeah, we
I
got
know
the
the
chart.
word.
We got the chart for it too. So we're gonna pull that up. I'm wondering should we pull it up before or after it?
A windfall of money. Is that what she got? Is that
Yeah,
money coming
because
down?
Uranus, Jupiter, Taurus.
And a high
That
trine with the new moon.
that's the collection plate right there. The zonations of the collection plates right there.
Zonations. I love it.
Yeah. For those who are in the zonation, you know what I'm saying? The zodiac nation. That's what this is.
God damn you, Cypher.
He gets a kick out of that.
Ain't the cipher the wheel? We can't escape it.
It absolutely, absolutely is.
So
It's
that
funny, right? Cipher tried to escape the cipher.
right. And he knew it was impossible. And he was sitting down with them telling them that I know this is some bullshit.
I know this isn't real. I know my mind's making me think it's real, and all that's true. You know that people allow themselves to be controlled by things that are just holograms, by things that that appear to be real by things that you're going to consume and shit out. By things that you're going to hold it and throw away. By things that you're going to experience and forget. So what we have here, KB.
For your astrological viewing pleasure, we're about to present tonight's feature film entitled A Journey into the Mind of Kali, One Who Would Become the Most Phenomenal Master Astrologist on the planet, with his offering of Uranus Rising.
The masterpiece.
Sure look like a master to me.
Masterpiece. Saturn opposite Mercury.
I just want a masterpiece.
I love it. Venus is in your 10.
I'm an eternal student.
So, astrologers, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely. But it's got to be a good one.
Hindsight being Kai Zodiac, looking at your reasoning for giving us this offering of astrologies as from then till now, how has it changed?
How has my reason for giving this offering changed?
Has it? And if so, how?
It hasn't changed, not in the slightest. My because I was ahead of my time as usual, which means I did it knowing why I did it, which means that now I still know why I did it because I didn't do it in confusion then. I said this needs to be known because if everyone knew their self, knew their program, to be aware. See, it's one thing to have a program, and it's another thing to have a program and know it.
Mm.
It's one because then you're not lost at sea
Mm-hmm.
because you have a charter. If you're on a ship, that ship has a course, it has a destination, it knows certain winds and currents and that it needs to avoid, and it has to have a compass with which to navigate
It's
in order to
11-11
reach.
too.
There it is,
Uranus.
Uranus. I had a thought when you had pulled up the that Matrix clip before. I had an epiphany about the 11. See, that movie wasn't about the one. It was about the 11. There was two ones.
Mm.
I'm
Which
not
would be
talking
who?
about
The Oracle?
no. Who showed up while he was talking to the Oracle?
I
Who
don't think
showed up?
I don't think Knowledge Born got that far on that part.
Who showed he didn't, but
I need to rewatch it.
who showed up every time he reached a certain level of his power? Someone had to show
Trinity.
up in order. No,
Oh, I don't know
no.
then.
You know why? Because he never fought her. That's why.
The Agent Smiths?
Yeah, yeah. He
The
was the
dual.
one. Listen, your existence is defined by those who agree with you relative to those who challenge you.
Your existence is defined by those who agree with you.
Relative to those who challenge you.
Hmm.
I don't care who you are. You're gonna have supporters and you're gonna have ops, oppositions. Those who stand with you and those who stand in opposition to you. And those who stand in opposition to you, little do you know, are in aid to you, to those who support you, because you need both. Everything, it's impossible, right, to create anything that doesn't have at least the front and the back. Something as thin as a piece of paper. The price that it pays for having a front side is that it has to have a flip side. Has to. Make a piece of paper that doesn't have a back. Make a coin that doesn't have a front and a back. Make a card that doesn't have a front and a back. It's impossible.
Make a
Make
shirt
a
that doesn't have an inside.
is it- well, that's a whole nother level because you have a front and a back. This goes back to the macabre, right? The cube. There's a front, there's a back, there's a top, there's a bottom, there's a left, there's a right. How many is that?
6.
Virgo season.
Right.
There's an inside front, back, top, bottom, left, right. How many is that?
12.
There you go.
Hmm.
Those are the dimensions of our reality. That's why there's 12. Because they can't, because that's the cube. That's the hex. That's the macabre. Kaaba, cubicle, hex, the six, right? Six within, six without. So even when you're dealing with the 12, it's really just six, inside and out. So Aries and Libra, for example, they're not separate. Libra is the price that Aries pays for being Aries. Because the moment you step up and you say, I'm going to war, guess what? You're defined by the need for somebody to be a peacemaker.
Hmm.
That's the back. When the front was created, the back was created. When the day was created, the night was created instantly because
Hmm.
the night defines the day, like the dark defines the light. So the moment one was created is opposite, had to exist to define it. Yin and yang. They're in equal proportions, right? The light side isn't greater than the dark side, and the dark side isn't greater than the light side, is it?
Hmm. Mm-mm.
Because that wouldn't be balanced.
You know
So,
what's so amazing about what you're saying too? The cards I pulled for this show, one of them is the Heaven and Hell card.
mm,
Or you was
that
talking about
goes.
heaven, but you got the Libra symbol here in the center for balance, and then you got the Hell side over here with the Gemini symbol, and then the Heaven
You know
side over
why?
here with the Aquarius symbol.
Hell, hell is hex, which is earth, right? So
This is
that's going back to was it? The heaven and Uranus and the firmament, meaning the vault of the sky and the floor of earth. What was that called again?
Heaven and hell.
Heaven, the vault of the sky, and the floor of the earth, hell. Heel. What's at the floor of the earth? Your heels, hell.
Mm.
Hello.
Now look what it says on here. It says states of mind, finding a balance, but also being willing to grow, understanding the higher self and the lower self, gnosis, duality, polarity, decisions, extremes. Can't excel in evil, so let the good within content you. Double mission, understanding the use of the underworld and the highest plane of wisdom. So about balancing both.
Macabre. So you have pyramid above, the triangle, three sides, and the one below, masculine, feminine, overlapping, each having three sides, making six, right? Like we were just talking about. Six without, six within. Because it's not just heaven and earth. It's not just above and below. It's also above and below and within and without. It's macrocosm, smaller, larger, internal, external, higher, lower, left, right, masculine, feminine. This is the return of knowledge.
Hmm.
Right? Knowledge, return, the resurrection of awareness, remembrance. Because all learning is just remembering. All of it is a reminder. The return of that which was once possessed,
Hmm.
lost, found again.
I feel like we're going to also experience a lot of prophecies, old prophecies that we've heard or that's been supposedly said over years, decades, probably even longer than that. I think we're going to begin to see some interesting things. Very interesting. Jupiter retrograde, Uranus retrograde, in the ninth house of the moon. The new moon, the ruler of the new moon is also retrograde. Some sort of facts or prophetic ancient prophecies. Mercury retrograde, which is the ruler of this new moon. Mercury, Virgo is ruled by Mercury, so we got that. Mercury
Opposite side of
retrograde opposite Saturn. Ancient prophecies are gonna play out. Some strange shit gonna go down.
Yep. There's also going to be facts that are revealed that cause people to throw what they believe in the garbage. You know what I'm saying?
People what?
There's going to be a lot of facts that are revealed that cause people to have to throw certain things they believe in the garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of being bound by your belief system,
Mm.
being a slave and a servant to your belief system, and
Mm.
that becoming your religion as opposed to understanding the natural patterns and cycles that are inherent
Oh,
to your
yes.
design.
Say that again. Oh, it's 11:22. Say that again.
I can't say that again.
That was it. That was it.
Mhm.
The beliefs. Seeing how these certain beliefs is not getting people anywhere because they're realizing there's a balance between the hell and I don't want to say hell, but just the lower self. The lower self isn't bad. People shame themselves and
Mhm.
try to put on this fake idea of purification and purity and you
You know
know.
what? Think about this. I had this thought from there was a clip that Knowledge had pulled up before. He could probably explain it better than I can. I hope he does. Where there was a man who he had submerged the lower part of his body in oil until it would dissolve away in order to separate from
Remember
his
that.
lower desires. You remember that? You were there for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting there thinking about the fact that to be that complete 6 point star, to be that's like trying to dissolve the black side of the yin and yang away. That's like trying to remove. Because remember, when we were looking at heaven, firmament, and that card you just showed, it talked about heaven and earth, right? That which is above and that which is below, in balance. You can't remove one part of it because then what is the higher part going to stand on?
Hmm.
Like you stand on your principles. You have to stand on something. But how are you going to stand on something if you have no legs? What you going to stand for when you done got rid of your legs? Because they're lower. But it's the lower that is the support to the higher because
Hmm.
it's a ladder. And here's the funny part. Watch this. You see, he's on it. If you remove the lower, all you've done is shorten. It's like cutting a ruler in half. You're still a ruler. You're just a shorter ruler now. You know what I'm saying? So now the part that was higher has been chopped down like a tree. And now that part is lower. And it can't sit as high anymore because you removed the lower part in which it stands. Yeah, this is it right here.
In oil, Cancer. I mean, Pisces.
We don't get the knowledge commentary on that. The KB translation.
Mhm.
I mean, y'all did great. I'm experiencing every bit of the glitches and the delays and the retrograde that y'all speaking about. You know, it's my turn, Kyle. Normally it's you.
Yeah,
It's been
right.
my
Normally it
turn
is
here.
me. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's been so smooth for
No,
me.
no,
You know
I'm
what I'm
not
saying?
even about to say nothing else
Sharing this.
about nothing else.
Nah,
Okay,
we
I
keep
ain't
it
even
going.
inviting that over your way. I need you in the
Nah,
game.
I'm good on it. I'm good
Well,
on
you're
that.
ruled by Mercury, so
Exactly.
I'm getting murked over here.
It's not as retrograde.
I'm getting worked over here.
My Mercury getting murked over here. So yeah, this scene was in preparation. He was always warned. See, y'all exist with a great gift. Y'all come with a gift of forethought. You give people an opportunity to see what's their life before they live it, but they still have to live it.
Mm.
So we take our we was talking about we can't save our children from their destiny, basically. So no matter how many things we see it in nature. So if we looked at Nile Valley culture, just to draw a reference to this film right here, Tahuti had followed Heru to the cave. He went to go see the mothers, and the mothers had told him about his destiny. So he ran to go fight Sutesh, and Tahuti wasn't supposed to go with him because he was supposed to learn that lesson without wisdom. So he took off running to go fight Sutesh, and
Oh, he went out again.
And then he froze. That's what happened next.
Literally, or
I don't know what we about to find out.
it was a part of because it was a part of his destiny. It was a part of his sha'i. It was a part of his learning. He had to lose an eye to see, so he literally had to die
Oh, okay.
in order to see. So that was a part of his existence. So this part of him sitting in the oil is, the same traditions. Y'all can bring somebody to a point of awareness, but it's going to cause the death of their ignorance. They can't say they didn't know.
That's right.
It's not the end of their life, but it's the end of that connection, hopefully, to
It's
the
the
ignorance that they
end.
cleave to.
It's the end of whoever they were under the mentality that you just shattered. Because we're guided by our thoughts and ideas, right? So if you completely shatter someone's whole mental paradigm, then whatever they were planning, whatever they were focused on, whatever they thought they were supposed to do, all of that goes out the window. And now they're in a state of emergency doom, like we talked about before, because they have to completely rebuild from the ground up now with
This is his experience.
whatever you
He's
told them.
looking at his own experience happen being played out, and he doesn't recognize it. This is the fault when you try to go too extreme. So he's showing them this extreme space where he's like, I took this vow of chastity, I'm not doing anything, blah, blah, blah. He said, you took a vow of chastity. He said, you won't keep it. And in the next scene, he's breaking his vow of chastity, something that he had coveted because he was put in a situation where it was tested, but that wasn't the test that he was looking to pass. The aftermath of that is what he had to come in tune with. So he's looking at his own experience. He's looking at an experience space of himself if he kept on the same trajectory that he was going through. That extremism. So either he was extremely right or extremely wrong.
Your man was wilding. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Your man was wilding.
Any kind of religious affiliation that would lead you to do some wild shit like that, man. Yo,
Mercury
But this
retrograde
was
opposite
Bruce Lee.
you're
Saturn.
bugging.
This was Bruce Lee mocking the art.
Exactly. Well done, Bruce. Well done. People go to extremes, in order to uphold.
So the practitioners from the different martial disciplines, they got into zealotry. So then it became a competition about who had the best art or the best style, who had the best dojo, who had the best teacher. And all of these things elude the principle of the martial disciplines. So he was telling them, about this rigid space that they were operating in. He was showing it to the world through the stories. So returning back to fluidity was something that he embraced, but he embraced it in a space where he was fiery and he was fighting all the time. And it wasn't until he was in a space where he couldn't move where he came up with this incorporation of the styles. Prior to that, he just was dealing with what he knew because he was on the go. So when he had to sit still, he was able to look at and analyze all of his mistakes. So he learned from his own mistakes and sought that way as a path and a philosophy to allow fluidity in the space where it was outright rigidness. So the first person that he had to fight and overcome was himself. I'll save some of that for the Matrix, but this is the aspect that he was dealing with right here. You know, his initial mind was when he was presented with a problem was to cut it off and not deal with it, to separate itself from it and not
That's
deal
an
with it.
important part of this energy too, because Saturn and Pisces could be trying to cut it off and not deal with it. What Virgo is, you need to focus, and we're not in the full moon Pisces space anymore. This changes everything, and it flips things to the perspective of no, you need to pay attention to it, work on it, and make changes.
No more ignoring difficulties.
Yeah, because we're gonna, by the end of the week, we're gonna be confronted with Neptune. We're getting close, even though we're given the light of Uranus to go through the clouds of darkness. That's what's happening right now, right? It's like we're about to go into a dark cave. Hold on, before we go in, everyone grab your torch, and I'm gonna take my torch, and I'm gonna light your torch, and you're gonna light their torch, and we're gonna walk through this cave, and we'll at least be able to see. So for those who didn't light their torch first, they still gonna be in the darkness. Because if they don't try to walk through, the cave is gonna eat you. Because we're moving through time and space. You can stand still, and like being on a merry-go-round, the wheel is still gonna move you. So we're all gonna be confronted with Neptune. It's a deceiver, or it's a dreamer. It comes in the form of
I
a
can't
person. It comes in the form of someone who may be imprisoned, someone who may be a victim, someone who may believe they're a victim, someone who may be delusional, someone who may have issues with different substances, somebody who may be a musician, somebody who may be sitting across, from a doctor. So whatever form it takes, a scammer. You may be looking for somebody and you can't find them. You may be looking for yourself and you can't find yourself. You may have been looking for yourself and then you find yourself in the darkness and bring yourself out. And that being said, that brings us to our feature film.
Life is a lot like surfing. We do our best to stand straight upon a flat plane or motherboard that sits upon waters below as more waters form an arc above us. The music note looks like the sperm cell It is the dot in the line or the head in the spine of the letter I, which is the number 9. It takes each of us 9 months or 3/4 of the circle to navigate or more the waters of our mother's womb, which is the dome in which we domicile. The last 1/4 is 90 degrees, which represents being born into matter to complete the circle. We ride a particular sign in nature, like the sun moves in a sine wave and creates the signature upon the ecliptic between the lines of the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. This is the hand of God writing the sheet music our physical instrument must play with our words and actions. You do your best to ride the wave until something happens that you could never have foreseen, that completely throws off the path. This is what is known as the effect. It is the unexpected accident that brings us in or out of this world. But is an accident really but a well-executed interference in the anticipated outcome? It is truly divine intervention, and no matter how random it seems, it is always a pre-programmed glitch in the operating system known as the zodiac. You see, no one ends up here that isn't supposed to be, and none of us arrives or leaves at the wrong time. Ever felt like your life was a story with a script that was already written, or experienced a moment that was so familiar that it felt like it already happened? Have you ever wished your life had a map that you could follow? What if there was one, and I could show it to you? See, there's a secret so old that everyone knows it, but few remember. A hidden treasure that everyone is born with, but few ever discover. A map that no one made, but all are given a copy of in their heart, to a place that we all meet, but no one can take you. Hold on a second. Where am I? In the mind of what you know is God, the only place that has ever existed. Who are you? Yours truly. But you look like me. I look like everyone to everyone. I am the image, the mirror, and the reflection. I am known as Ka Zodiac. Ka means from the stars, and Zodiac is the circle of life. You see, there is only one man, or mind, which is wind, the great breath, that exists in the grand body, or temple, you know as earth, which is the heart of the universe. All nations and religions are connected by the great circle. It is the only culture the world has ever known. I will need to restore your connection to each of the 12 parts of the circle, so I may use you as a vessel to enter the firmament of the earth in time for the reset. Reset? What reset? Just like you,
Wow.
the great body needs to sleep. But when this happens, on the earth plane, man forgets his divinity and falls into a pattern of destructive behavior. He begins to destroy his own creation. Lucky we have time, but there is no way to enter the world unless you are born into a physical vessel, which would take too long, or by possessing a host that has the right energy. As it should be clear to you now, I have chosen you. Why me? Uranus was rising in your natal chart when you were born. The choice was never yours. Natal chart? Yeah, the zodiac. What's that? You're about to find out.
Now, we were original Earth. We were a part of the Earth. The Earth doesn't have time. The Earth has seasons.
You know notice the time, all time. From Mary's to Pisces, summer to spring, yeah, fall to winter, into the beginning, the S to the sense, Yo, atoms out of balance, time to even out these things. Son of man that arise, the ram, he comes out in spring. The bull collects the food, chewing, eating while he sings. While the twins advance, lick your stamps, the messages they bring. Sadness is a spell for the crabs within their shells. The lions roar, fire come and re-announce the king. While the virgin in the garden takes her notes on everything. Love is in the air, couples marry with their rings. Then divorce when the serpent bites the scorpion that stings. The archer with the horses shoot and toss it in the sling. The goat collects what's owed and left, preserving what he clings. Like time it ran, the mind of man invented many things. Walks his feet upon the sky, like a child upon a swing. The pen becomes a pendulum, a time for everything. Written neatly are the sentences on latitude lines. Read the book of life closer with your natural mind. A time for all seasons, time to find no more secret. What the blind ignore, peeking through their eye and eye seeking. While the others die sleeping, this is how your mind reason. Dollars meet the scholars when it's time to buy freedom, buy freedom, buy freedom, buy freedom, buy freedom.
The truth. The truth of who the characters in all our holy books really are. They are our heroes and life givers, the planets of our solar system. When you know the solar system, in fact, the early century Christians used to be called solar heliognostics, sun knowers. To know the sun.
What happened?
Sun trine Uranus to know the sun.
Man is fallen deep into a complete state of carnal existence, forgetting his roots in the sky, and thus has severed the connection between his umbilical nerve, which are the spiritual roots connected to the great eye. In one foolish war after another, the split mind of man, lost in the doubts created by the insecurity of cosmic amnesia. We're the most warlike all stand as man's leaders. Thus we begin our journey with the first spirit animal, the RAM. The RAM in computer terms is your random access memory, which is stored in the head. Open your eyes and look into the light and remember what I said.
You call me Negro, you call me nigga, you call me colored boy, you call me black, you call me African. I'm not an African. Well, I use the word black, and I use that too loosely because I don't like the word. What's a good word?
Yeah,
I don't even know. White collar doesn't serve anything.
You ready?
I am.
What I look like wearing tight pants with a weird mic stance. Glimpse of my thoughts in your ears, might glance uplift when I talk out the mouth of the God. Never hear and I can't with my vision so advanced. Soul living in the amp, much bigger, I'm a champ. Lyrically enhanced with the spirit in my stance. Wings of the kings of the zodiac ring. Lord of the spheres on course when I stare. Make it all disappear with the force you revere. Throwing thoughts like spears. What I look like, not being me. Spitting money on chains, not being free. I'm not Eazy-E, hungry in the brain. Dummies couldn't hang when bungee with the fame. No rope, flow woke, nothing can remain. When I bring the new world on my tongue, another aim at the bullseye. Look why, nothing can explain, How could I not be what you can't copy? The new brown Mach D. It sounds cocky, enough for the hypocrisy. Running your psychology, esoteric concubine, sucking on my prophecy. Love it when I came like the priest in the night, gold honey in my flame. Think it over while I'm puffing up and strain. Summit in the Odyssey. Who's the true source of their bubbling economy that once was an isonomy? Puncture with their veins, nothing is in vain. What I look like, working with a suit and tie. When I'm a lyrical indigenous superfly, 1,000 telescopes couldn't see me with a human eye. Khan Zion, kicker with the pythons. Vision of an icon, flicking with a Nikon. Picturing the wise dawn, every
his service.
lambs, Rama, Prophet Abraham. Abracadabra, I am.
I am is power, and I am will free you when you know what it is and how to use it. I am is who you are.
Virgo, work my plan.
Be very careful what you attach to your I am. It has the power to limit you or free. I am you.
The bull is the next spirit you must reconnect to. It is the Taurus field that brings things in and out of existence, through the vocal cords or between the legs of our sisters. In the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God. The Word is the world, which is the body of the Supreme, who is a thought or hidden power behind all that is ever seen. We are all born through the middle of two overlapping circles, belonging to the parents that connected just to birth.
The law of love is one of the spiritual or cosmic laws that governs humanity and the universe.
In the individual himself, there is a power by means of which he is capable of transmuting nearly all of the difficulties and problems of his existence. This transmuting power is the power of love.
Yeah, music for the soul, meditation, destiny.
Did it go out or is that me?
No.
Screaming from mountains, don't just whisper that you love me. There's no you that I know that is close in my direction to the holy resurrection. Come and show reflection. This is beauty that I grow. Elevate your posture, come and celebrate Akasha. My voice alone can open many petals in your chakras. This is generation Rastafari, medication ganja lighter. Zodiac rims, watch them steal the wheel, but watch the tiger Super Saiyan. Truth, my flame can elevate the rocks and spiders. Power up the flower cup, solar plexus go perfected. Science to the sound of rubber, prana in the fountain. Up, in the way I go, soaring through your brain we go. My thoughts expand the thoughts of man. You want this on your radio? It's Morpheus with crazy flow. I offer so the babies glow. You desire it, truly you admire it. I see how you reside in it. The chalice come and try a sip. Read his holy tales they told me. Really truly failed to show me hidden nature, lips of Asia. Kisses made a quiver, thank you. Almighty one, the source where all life has come. My torches all bright as one. Our thoughts, of course, they light the sun. Like the sun, like this beauty. They think wisdom is ugly. They think truth is unruly. Don't just whisper you love me. They say time is a liar. They say lower is higher. They say major is minor. Liberal hatred retire. They think stupid is beauty. They think wisdom is ugly. They think truth is unruly. Don't just whisper you love me. They say time is a liar. They say lower is higher. They say major is minor. Liberal hatred retire. Yeah, why you scared to reveal it? Of awareness can heal it. Are you human, a zombie? You alive if you feel this? This is soul for the soldiers. This is hope for your holsters. That you empty your bullets. And these hopeless controllers turn these folks into folders. Coffee roast them like Folgers. This the journey of journeys. Roller coaster, la coaster. No.
Hey, I like that.
My dream right here.
Is that me?
That be trying to guide me till I I spoke with the cobras, having no bones is a bonus. When it's time to flex, be like water and open the lotus. I'm the flood of awareness that was noticed by Noah. Went from mooring to warring, from exploring to touring. They just sail to make sales, hop on boats to be boasters. See these poses on posters, are they richest or poorest? Are they whoring or whores? Is it Job or Jehovah? I know the burden is great, I know the cross is heavy, but it improves your strength. Throw it over your shoulders, joyful one, join the sun. Sit amongst the royal ones, they hear it when the soul hums and sings the tunes that bring the moon. Flying on the wings of June, they cry inside the dream.
Mercury in.
This magic in the skin. I'm always love my thoughts and we will have it all again. Publicly you spray us, privately you praise us. No golden glow, you look and say King Midas didn't make us. Secret honor feed the scholars, love was more than measly dollars. Gleaming like a piece of copper, if you speak then teach it proper. Meet the son, you meet the father. They think stupid is beauty, they think wisdom is ugly. They think truth is unruly, don't just whisper you love me. They say time is a liar, they say lower is higher. They say major is minor, when will hatred retire. They think stupid is beauty, they think wisdom is ugly. They think truth is unruly, don't just whisper you love me. They say time is a liar, they say lower is higher. They say major is minor, when will hatred retire.
And that a common love, the love of humanity, the love of natural beings, the love of people who like to be together, the love of God, which is the final form of adoration. All these things, if developed, obviously and adequately, will make this world the kind of place we want to live in.
Divine love dwells within all people.
Now you must escape the skin and enter the mind through two pillars where you must face the twins. Enter a long corridor for exploring more. Through the dark tunnels where stars crumble under the pressure of duality. To balance all thoughts is the essence of reality. You will see the hidden message where the shadows be. And to balance your own thoughts. And yourself's the only mastery.
You and Killer Priest remade this one, right?
Yeah. The original thought. It was the Gemini track, so it ended up being the one that we did again. Gemini's.
Another lyricist got on it.
Yeah.
Lose my mind.
Like they say,
How much I love this one.
You lose it. Most of us, it's already gone. Hold yours. I'm trying to maintain, I'm on my A game. They say be mad, but we just tired of slave chains, handcuffs and stolen dreams, nightmares and broken treaties. Do your research, we'll free earth. You don't believe me, prophecies been spoken of. Who does it better than me? Properly like no one does. Search for safety, hurt his babies. This world's crazy, many think they're the same. So deluded, they get pissed on and think that it's rain. Yeah, they seek pleasure or they bring him his pain. I write from the heart with the ink in my veins. This pyramid is so lonely at the top of it. There's only 1 hour, humans think that it's the opposite. The judge gavel knocked that high on the biff from behind while he was living life high on the spliff. Bet you ain't never heard fire like this, not in your lifetime. Criticizing me like I'm not in my right mind. It ain't right, I'm in the mind of a law. They said Khalif the rain a bird that's as fly as you are. Babies, grandparents is crazy, they can't stand it. The hatred, they can't manage the flame of the gray candlestick. Illuminati torch flame, human body thought train. Way off track for the record, the wrong songs playing. Builders are now killers, punks is now shooters. With no heart addicted to pills, that's our future now. Percocet, birth defect, organ theft, epidemic stolen from the homeless during hurricanes. But let's forget it, you'll only understand the lessons when you live it. This is an extra metaphysic. Go ahead and get a ticket to the 5th dimension. Lift the session higher, hieroglyphic. Find me cracking hate statues, cut the heads of your exhibit. The church closes doors in the poor, it's such sickness. Pastor in a mansion holding Africans for ransom. Uniform, racist, drugs in the packages they planting. Every day's a setup, using art for talking practice. Blame each other when we wet up, see the stars and all their vastness. The news is a lie, turning devils into angels. Victims and the villains, sick and tired of being sick and tired of witnessing the killing. Prophecies of unfulfilling. Done with the disloyalty of niggerish committers. We'll forever be unstable till we reconnect the feeling. Believe it, we heaven's children. Come and let the sound take you zodiac round table. Hard to escape the violence. Damn, it's hard to awake the giant. In every state they wildin'. It's an insane asylum. It's an insane asylum. It's an insane asylum. It's an insane asylum. Use my mind. I won't lose my mind. I will.
How was man created? Through the mind.
My mind's still intact, science is that a lie won't survive once it collides with the facts. Like the light in the darkness on the mic, I'm an arsonist. My life is a large eclipse, shadows that are cast on these mumble rap fans. Scared to tip the hourglass, bury ships with our past. Scientific's bound to last. When the mothers fall, love is all, calculate the math. I always tell them the truth, they know to listen. My heart's concerned for the youth that go missing till their bodies end up in your Big Mac and Hell's Kitchen. It's help your health wisdom for homes with no fathers. A lot of them are forced to be out. It's your karma and nothing that can stop it. Fates is slow marching, but so precise. I swear that each day it grows darker, but without it then the stars couldn't shine. You know, partner, I know many with college degrees. It's no smarter but slaves to their student loans. Musical clones get in the booth and throw stones from glass funeral homes. I shattered the illusion with this magic I'm producing. The facts so blurry that it's hard to define. It's Noble, Drew, Quetzalcoatl when the law all combined. Malcolm and Nat Turner couldn't kill as many demons as stepping in fat burgers. Destined to rap circles. Turtle Island turtles give my heart just to serve you. It's crazy, but insanity rules. Zombies playing the guitar in the valley of blues. If you true to yourself, tell me how could you lose? When everyone's pretending to have cowardly views, propagated by the news and the powers they abuse. The portal's open, it's time to go through it. The planets spin around in the skies, hold your blueprint. Learn your path, familiar it is, your soul knew it. Your hope drew it on the canvas of thought. Under occupation, many can't handle this talk. My words short circuit all the fallacy you taught. I leave it all behind, astral travel at the corpse. Can't you see that I'm divine, searching galaxies for sport? For the cavalry, of course, cause the battle isn't lost. Ascended guides limit your eyes to see deeper. 12-year-olds roaming the street with street sweepers. Politics.
This is school. This is
Rare,
school
right?
right here. Third house.
He believes you. You live in tune, it's like nobody can see you, but nobody can free you, but you is so lethal. So lethal. So lethal. So lethal.
Mind has always been. There ain't never been a time when the mind was not. The mind is all there is. All of this is the mind. So, man is that word made flesh. That word, which before was a word, was an idea, and before was an idea, was a thought. Manifests itself all the way down from the mind, through the brain, through the spinal column, through the kidneys, through the liver, through the lungs, through the heart. So did we evolve from what? Man has always been man, and he will continue to be man.
Man is mine.
Music to make your brain glow. You know what I'm saying? You want
Mm-hmm.
your brain to glow. The sound grid is making your brain glow. Like that. Like a light bulb. So that's the head right there.
Now you must journey to the fountain of the sun to find the crab. She's been hurt and abused, so she's scared and is bad. She is the cipher in the womb that contains the new world in the light in her cocoon. You must find her and regain her trust and help her to face love, or her cries will persist into another great flood.
Then wasn't I just saying it was a flood?
Yep.
How am I supposed to get there though?
Long as the water burn.
With this. What? I ain't driving that. Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah, that was the chariot though. Chariot card is ruled by Cancer and tarot.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yo, go.
It's not to love about this. Do you feel it? Fall in love with the truth as I reveal it. Your heart beats faster and your blood starts bubbling. You swear to
You wouldn't love again.
this love we all need. Yeah, it's the dark nights and pretty horns. Let's zone down and take a drive till the city's gone. It feels great to be alive in this vivid dawn. Lifting yawn, stretch and breathe, meditate, let me see how to spend this time. I let my spirit shine, full of light, it feels divine. If you could only hear my mind, the sound of many colors. Dancing in the clouds of summer, I paint reality with beauty, living happily and truly. I am laughing free, what happens on this plane doesn't matter to me now, cause I'm dancing in the rain. Love expanded in my veins, others can't be this insane. Spending time hating, I'm like, damn, it's such a shame. White candles and champagne, Renova in my aura's lit simply. I was born with it, domesticate was left in it's a memory, but this love the only relevant religion. And when I'm gone, they gon' say I was a storm that hit and changed everything. Thought right, man was sitting in the darkness cause he thought it was light. He did everything wrong cause he thought it was right. God and amnesia cause he wanted to forget. In the sauna sipping sparkling holy water, wanna sip. Love, grace, and beauty that I offer is legit, authentic from the source, original of course. Feather crown, settle down, indigenous the boss. El Kai Zodiac, kidding with the force. Power of the heart, set the flowers in the dark. The sun will rise again, it must let doubters play their part. And know for sure you hold the cure to your immortals. Golden store, let's go on tour. My soul is pure, surrounded from the start. So trust, there's no rival for love. Will go viral, it must. It's so vital, I'm the founder of the arch. My soul is shard, is no resort. Pounding on the drum to resuscitate the one, the great, the fountain in the sun. Your heart beats faster and your blood starts bubbling. You swear to God, you told yourself you wouldn't love again. But it's something that you can't control. You can't buy it anywhere, man, it can't be sold. So there's no use in denying it. I wrote this song for you because you inspired it. It feels better to give than receive it. We can't hold back this love. We all need it.
Hold back this
The
love.
moment he
Venus and Leo
dedicated
in the
his
sun.
life to truth, she was with him. She would be with him through the end of his days, and at the same time she would be with all others under the same conditions, because no one walks through life entirely alone, and those who have given themselves to unselfish service to others walk constantly
Man was sitting in the
with a radiant
darkness
presence beside them.
because he thought it was light.
He did everything wrong because he thought it was right.
Thought it was right. It's my favorite line right there from that song.
Yeah, that one was the one.
It echoed in my skull after I wrote it. Gave me chills.
This truly is a masterpiece.
It's very hypnotic.
You have done well. It appears the Great Mother is pregnant with the sun. You must now invoke the spirit of the lion to light the world before it becomes. The lion, or lion, is the spine, which represents courage, or the path of the one. You must enter the solar chariot and radiate self-love around the circle. Sit upon the throne and take the place that you deserve to.
As far as the movement of energy, and how energy forms and transforms itself.
Leave the congregation before the congregation.
Everything starts out as an idea.
Yeah, I was born with my halo shining. Love is light, mine is bright, keep the haters hiding. Summer nights puffing pipes, this is ancient science. What delight crushing mics, y'all some paper lions. Jungle fall and stumble at the feet of God. Thoughts I brung you up and stung you if you see it all. What disaster got these rappers wearing leotards? My spirit could beat the charge, I clearly can see the cards face down. The ace of spades found on every deck. Human race don't exist when we neck and neck. In the matrix, I'm the glitch, you can check the specs. A to Z, saved by C, just an SOS navigator sleeping in these optical illusions. My journey never led me to the popular conclusion. I'm a rockin' revolution, tower toppling meta-human, the scientist. I'm saying down this prana that I'm using, count the dots and spread it, moving round and conquer that's in ruins. Before you get to one, it seems the shots already moving, living karma, retribution, algorithms and number lines, clock of destiny, hours, minutes, a dozen chimes. It's our religion is counterfeit in the sun's design. I'm about to get him, I'm out there fishing the supper time. I got a measure in alchemists and colorblind. I'm God forever, a polished treasure, I'm bottled wine that's so aged that I filled it in my last life and reincarnated to sip it because my blood's divine. An enigma that's too strange and undefined. Picture huge flame, butane and budded vines with no hands. I wrote this whole page before I touched the line. Hear the truth in God's name in this blood of mine.
According to the teachings, there's never been a time when man was not. But in order to understand that, we got to go into the idea or the conversation about what is your understanding of a man.
This is because in this path of illumination, we find that everything is a thought form from the mind of God. And all those thought forms have a pattern to them.
Yeah, my sun showers are never cold. I'll be sleeping above flowers on beds of gold. I'll be deep in that love tower, hermetic rose. Times be chilly like thugs, bouncers, and Eskimos. Got the filthy be done doubt and go ahead and go. I write like I was sniffing on gunpowder. You never know lines that blow your mind. My veins are the bonds that contain the solar wine. Come drink from what I think. Take sips of consciousness. I explain with so decline, but seeds that are buried become trees of cherries. They just orbs with bodies from sunbeams to berries, from unseen and stealthy to buds, leaves and veggies. My gun beam is steady. The sun chiefs mission. Head is up above, all you seen was red dots. 7 up, 7 chakras, 7 swords, 7 cups. Holy fluid, endocrine gland spills from 7 ducts. Yoga music geared with the program. Is death a must? Islam pillars, destiny car dealers. The gods iller, I read when the stars whisper. From peace to war, from Gandhi to Godzilla. Come to teach you all the Mahdi, Kafamili.
In which at a certain point, when the heart becomes open and unarmored, and we cultivate this feeling of unconditional love, there is a ignition of a kind of spiritual spark within the heart. And what happens then is that they describe it as an etheric rose light arises from the heart and moves up to what's commonly called the third eye center. And with that rose etheric stream, it enters into the centers in the head, that area that is technically at the third ventricle of the brain and was known as the cave of Brahma. in the Indian teachings. This is a particular area that's open in the head that has a space between the pineal and pituitary glands. And as this space becomes illuminated, it leads to direct spiritual vision.
With the cosmic virgin in the garden of grace.
Boy, you know what come next.
Hieroglyphic acrobatics.
Known for attention to detail, she keeps the great record of events. You will need her information to restore all things and connect the elements.
So now you have divided the circle 4 ways. This is why you have 4 Gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. The 4 Gospels are the 4 seasons.
Yeah, so grooving, the rhythm is so moving. Being yourself is winning, there's no losing. Meditating, envision the stones moving. Levitating, these lyrics are so seducing. The planet is a planet is written, there's no choosing. Do what you can to rise and breathe excellence. The Holy Spirit of these rhymes is a deep testament. God regale you, refine my speech excellent. I got planets in my crown spinning. Like gems, we be dipping through your town, giving sharp bars that be ripping through your sound system. My skin's tone, my bones draped in brown linen. I've been known to flow great and pound vixens. Superhero with gold cape, my crown dripping like some leaky plumbing, but they ain't see me coming like some sneaky gunmen. We need no introduction. Retro futuristic living mathematics. This is melanin terrific. Carbon celebration, karma for the nation's hieroglyphic acrobatics. If you chasing the bag, it's here, come and get it. Till you open and find there isn't nothing in it. Cheers to the great and noble ones that ain't never fall. They say I was born with wings, I ain't never crawl. Here the demons come creeping over heaven's walls, but they transform the angels when they enter. My flow's cold like you naked in the winter. Look closer, like you taking out a splinter. My brain floats in a great amount of splendor. My aura field bathing in magenta. My third eye got a laser with a trigger like Vision from the Avengers. The law is the best tailor. Astrolabe compass, the gods are the best sailors. Al Asian navigators of the 7 seas. Binary codes masturbated to the melody. I got knowledge in my head steady, and so I will never let the dead vex me. You ain't dope, couldn't let my circle yes me. I don't pretend, tell the truth if you less ready. I diss tracks like your girl when she dressed sexy. The more jewels on the crown make your head heavy. When you living a higher life, let the dead envy.
When you drive by a church, look on the churches, you will always see a cross and a circle. A circle on the cross. All churches have it. Why? Because the cross is the cross of the zodiac, north, south, east, and west. And the sun dies on the cross. The sun dies on the cross of the zodiac.
Supreme math got me measuring the beatbox. Headband hold the feathers of a peacock. My body temple made of melanated sheetrock. My God, reminiscing like I'm Pete Rock. They so shook with every step and making knees knock. Like a young girl visiting her aunt. Like Yoda in the cut, these are lyrics from the swamp. I speak different like I'm switching up the font. They so lost, they won't never let the dream stop. Be your own boss, get your head up off the thieves' clock. The firm hand of the devil is a weak lock. Gold thoughts when you sailing in unique yachts. Thor fools still cooking in antique pots. The truth hidden in plain sight like the weed spot. Empty out the bag like the water in the teapot. Kai Zodiac, metaphysic hit supplier. Galia law, exotic furs from
Mm-hmm.
By the skilled snipers, won't stop till my seed shit in the silk diapers. Got the body of a dose, but they still minors. Ancient knowledge is a cult like the years prior to the colony. Never let your tears blind you, like a booty with the groove of a thick tire. Got you busting out your shoes like a Phil Geyser. Ass curved like the sword on the Shriners Fez. I remain like the hair on a lion's head. After you cut it, gotta share, keep the choir fed. I cast spells, there's a prayer in every line I said, the return of the empire. Strike back, are you ready to ascend higher? Holy Trinity united till it gets brighter. Pyramid inside the circle like a Benz driver. Avatar save the world when I've been fire. I'm like, I might hit him with the voodoo. I speak blunt with the vision of a guru. Split them like peas with the spare shaka Zulu. To your guts hanging out like a video on Google. Esoteric king, that mystical Uhuru. Careful when you stepping on a lyricist that's doo-doo. I use a tissue if he isn't in the tutu. Lyrically remove you like a tat that you regret. Sipping chalice to the neck in the palace in Tibet. That decadent Moorish life, get your status is correct. Before you know it, we'll be laughing, yelling check to the waiter at the first supper. Thanos in the back, clear the table. Half you rappers on the planet won't expect when I turn you in the dust with a snap of my finger. Last of the Incas, get you blasting your sphincter. Smartest elephant in the class for the thinkers. Keep your karma clear so the past couldn't sink you. I raise the bar like a glass for the drinkers. Seeing hieroglyphics in the clouds when they linger.
This is why if you go to any church in this country, you will see on the cross a circle. The circle is the sun, God's son, the light of the world. He is our Savior. Of course the Son's your Savior. As I said, if it don't come up, we're dead.
That's the truth. It's a sad day. You know what I'm saying?
I can't even be in a cold climate, so imagine the sun coming up. Yes.
Now you must take all you learned and balance it. You must stand where war and peace collide, on the scales of justice, where we each decide by counting it. In your right hand, I give you the dove of peace. In the left, I give you the fire of war. The sun and moon keep track of an expiring score to give justice to those who desire the law. It's up to you to travel around the circle, holding both from coast to coast without burning what's now hurting, or scaring away the bird of peace with certain beasts. Accomplish this task, and no one can harm you or throw you off.
I've always been a great admirer of your abilities as a poet. Have you had to work hard at it, or is it just sheer genius?
It comes to me naturally.
Yeah, I burnt the flame and electrocuted a lightning bolt. I drowned the ocean, I suffocated the breeze. I'm so bright that I blinded light when I spoke. I murdered the Grim Reaper with a mic that I broke. I outlived Father Time, gave Poseidon a stroke. While he swam through the thoughts of a giant, I float. Sky dome in the egg, sunny side in the yolk. I saw the zodiac wheel in the bicycle spokes. I answered the mystic riddle that made unity doubt. One punchline, I knocked opportunity out. So instead of opportunity, I'm knocking a day. I sculpted man from the land like I'm modeling clay. Tall as bull as the ox in the oxygen ray. Bad news, your Lord and Savior isn't watching you pray. I beat the whole game, but not opting to play. Last night I got liquor drunk, I got weed high. I made a whisper yell, I made the sea dry. How does he do it so magically, y'all? Kai, I'm so high, I made gravity fall. I made hate love, I made it all without knowing it yet. They want extensions for things that's so over it. Like your hair look wrong without growing it. I bust one shot from the gun without loading it. So blanks, the condition of blacks, profound opiate. It seems I don't fit in. I got UFOs beat inside a new world, one soul in the one that still existing. So I make the corpses come alive in the grave. I don't stage dive, the whole crowd dives on the stage. Money still chasing me, abundance in the bakery. The priest, he confesses to me, the ocean wave to me. I make stupid smart, I make smart genius. Barry treasure digs himself up to share the secrets to the only man that solves all the puzzles with no pieces. I gave arthritis to their hands on your clock, trying to handle me. I catch what I drop, ready or not. Start dancing when the melody stops and got sick from the remedy. Watch with your eyes wide shut. This that sky high, colorful like tie-dye. The end begins with a hello. Let's say and bye. I celebrate when I cry. Appetite for backwards like when Nazarites or Nazarites. Light spliffs with fireflies. Confused fears got your bright shine tucked. New Year's in the winter got your timeline stuck. Cause you ain't hurrying to studying the guidelines enough. Take your wise guys to duck. Mixing cyanide with dust. Flow strong like drinking chlorine and quinine. It's rough, I know. The truth waits beneath the powerful cloak. Meditating in suspension, silent sounds that I spoke. I fell up and rolled off a purple cloud when I awoke. I put the vapor back in paper, made an elf from the smoke. And cast spells you should never invoke. Extract hope from a bitter situation. Real niggas off a caveman. Have you thinking real living's when you're caged in? Bitter situation. Send them around, they hold you down. But seas go underground like stars above falling. It's God when love's calling. Cause hell is cold and heaven is hot. I hold the feather more heavy than rocks. Poetic to stop but move fast in stillness. I move back for realness. I'm the reason why your memories forgot. Got your mind filled with nothing. Is it empty or not? Divine reasoning. I sprinkle your thoughts with mind seasoning. Humanity's the burning haystack that your needles in. Like bees in the honeycomb airs to keep secrets in a world that's spitting upside down. And your TV lens, a legend, it will flip right once the Moors meet again. Send another spark from the center of the heart. This is sentimental art. This ascension from the dark in the oceans of our dreams. Did they mention there were sharks? An explosion so serene when you're christened in the ark.
There are a lot of things that we have been deluded by, which is why the woven reality
Still digest some things that I said then.
paradigm structures that we believe to be real, those
Mercury
paradigm
retrograde.
structures have to be destroyed.
Trying Uranus.
We cannot look at what we have become comfortable with anymore as reality.
Wow, you heard that? We cannot get comfortable anymore with reality or something he said.
Yeah, with what we look at as reality. That's
Yup,
exactly what
that's
we're
this
talking about.
energy.
Definitely. Definitely. What was reality?
Desire
today?
the womb, which you can heal. Seek the light within the darkness, where no truth has been revealed. Master the Scorpion. Use this music as a shield. You must call upon the regenerative ability of the Phoenix, so that you can gain the power to resurrect the dead from the secrets that collected in our head. Bathe in the eternal fire of your desire, and master lust that traps and clutches in its talons when our passions touch. Discover the power of immortality and free man from the fear that comes with death, that haunts him every day while he's limited in flesh.
Right, I like this beat.
You are rising. Once you channel in that light, for every one of you, you're worth 1,000 of non-channelers, because they're the dead. They will not awaken. You cannot awaken them.
Yeah, I style different, my smile's different, it's sorta crooked. I'm wild gifted, the crowd lifted, and all it took is that now vivid, halal gifted, assorted cushions, imported cushions. I lounge sitting with Morris booklets on clouds lifted at loud twisted, explore the bushes, ignore the hoodlums. Every man was born a Muslim. The cow's peaceful, I sound regal, I drown evil. I now lead you who sounds equal, astound people. I swoop on them while being circled by brown eagles. Pilgrims into the new world and found people already living with our locks more woolly. Hope your back's holding batteries that charge more fully. Though you be acting like a hardcore bully. I bring my peace to even it out. That's what Libra's about. There's no reason. People more than dough. 7 colors, my aura's got that assorted glow. The last dragon, I blast at him. The bad captain, ransack him. Your sand castle, my hand smack him. I laugh and wave to the man with no hands, grabbing nothing, trying to catch his own breath. A diaphragm phantom fools ran after a band with no bandwagon. The Grand Dragon examined his grown man's anthem. Asiatic Cupid bust slugs from gold hand cannons. Kidnapped from where we lived at with no plan ransom. Van Damme with the land ram in the go front row. They remember these quote, I'm so grandstanding. You man tanning, sleeping, eating in secret meetings. Your raccoonery's done, we even steep. Y'all wanna follow that chief keeping, police keep 'em. Brown bodies of food that keep the beast eating. We keep seeking that deep reason and seas need 'em. Let's cease eating, let's cease Stephen. We need deep in pranayama, proper modular deep breathing. While I study your code signs, discrete meanings. Let's keep seeking for the bitter facts that need sweetening. I'm heat seeking, I speed past the beep beep 'em. That road, that slow thunder, I'm so gullah. The lead beacon, the lighthouse, supreme seaman, navigate the circle, the neighbors to see, receive, semen, atom, as I'm sipping the scale, they each evens. I'm innovative, feel the charge, it's exciting as I bench press the breath, lifting bars when I'm writing, I've been pressed to death, swimming tall, made of light and no license, see me swerving pretty cars through the islands with no top, look up at the stars when I'm driving, to see the sky map, it's a living illustration, I'm trying to keep it together like information, all blacks, synchronized on the track, it's Rhythm Nation, lost laps, walk back, young jockey commemoration, I break bricks for show like karate demonstrations, I make spliffs to blow like a Russian congregation, it's the Assalamu Amen, gotta find your way in, time is money hungry, so the dollars say when, thought I was a reptilian, the way I change skins, fresh leathers, chief crown made of phoenix feathers, it's still burning the wheels, it's still turning the real surreal sermon, that here's the deal, serve 'em like a tennis match, lighting my split, I'm real certain, deep scribes, teach lies, meet the sky, how I wrote the scene, reach high, preach tribe like the Kohanim, see my face leaving space in the solar beam, I was made from the pieces of a broken dream, I can sell magic to a wizard, I am so extreme, white linen, fine women, you know the theme, Christ risen, light prism, you know the gleam, my life's mission is like fishing for souls that's lost, like Christians, you know the cross, you know the cause, lyric addict, living matic from starry dust, it's mathematics, enigmatic, I'm hard to touch, you didn't catch it till time placed you in karma's clutch, they deliver my albums inside of armored trucks, without the math you couldn't battle me yet, chasing paper, better cash than your reality checks, many fists caught at birth inside the papacy's net, now we sure but we still dripping from the fallacy wet, you know the journey most discouraged by big lanes, it's highly rocky, fallen spirits uplift brains, the minds and bodies, I walk with lions on big chains, Haile Selassie, they sent some agents with sick claims to try and stop me, they end up saying that shit's flames and buy a copy.
In other words, once you think that you are a God, you must act God-like, not sometimes, but all the time.
You have earned the arrow of Sagittarius, so that you may gain the power to fly and ascend above all areas. The more you elevate your vibration and your thinking, the higher you will soar, while the other ones are sinking. As the living arrow, I am sending you to the center of the system, so that you may destroy the corporation that's enslaved us in a fiction.
So crazy watching
This is a dynamic moment in history. We are alive in the age of miracles. And this ascension into higher consciousness. Everybody on the planet right now is becoming more psychic and more intuitive and more able to have premonitions to see the future.
Bearded lyricism upon a simple rhythm. See the soundscape where you crash inside the symbolism. Like the symbol, listen, horizon is in her eyes, son. Diving up the sky from its land reflection, grand connection. Planetary jamming session, spinning every grammar lesson. Light code, life road, fiber optic islands. Minor logic, cipher, Gnostic wires in my body. Send messages in the Bible topic. Elemental spiral, Coptic. Read it when the lights drop. The never ending cycle stopping. Stepping in my spinal rocket space in my cranium. Uranus ascending, brain placed in uranium. Sweating me like wrestling mats in the gymnasium. Who's the behind the king who raced around the circle? Recording this track record, collecting the golden sonic rings. Improve the zombies, Olympic Illuminati that mimics the human body. Solar torch carrier, conscious light bearer. Broken thought barrier, sliding up the banister. Stairway to airplay, mystical Houdini. I can misdefeat the needy with my lyrical graffiti design. This music needs me dictated like Mussolini. I came to remove the greedy. My style's rooted in my Kenta Kundalini. Really, who can see me? Holy Ghost, coast to coast. Cleanliness is godly, so ironic when I roast the most. My life story stop lifting the mic corny. My living is quite lofty. Mountaintop flower pot, 1,000-watt power shot, giving out a dosage of ferocious all around the clock. Lions den, try again, evaporated hydrogen, reaching for the higher gem, summarizing others falling. Don't you hear your mother calling? You'll become brighter if you listen when the sun is talking. Voice of the cosmos, sound of infinity. Knowledge is power, sip a gallon of this history, fountain of the mystery. Balancing my ministry, touch the cloud while I'm puffing loud for my liberty. Salute to my family bound in captivity. Return of the ancient ones found in antiquity. Clowns, they can't get with me. Ronald McDonald, Reaganomics, that's a sonic clever topic. Telescopic, tell the prophet I'm fantastic with my hands inside the devil's pocket. Door to explore, the stupid can never knock it. Peace, mom, but the streets are heavy-hearted. Can't seduce me with your moving machine, because the spell's erotic, instrumental, influential, excellent, and exotic. Step in the melodic, plug yourself into the socket. Alkaline spit, flip your paradigm switch, climbing out the mind. It's not your average grind, quit to get your Valentine hit. Cupid assassin, come visit the new attraction. I birthed the last dragon, start counting the contractions. Push it like salt and pepper to the continents together. Peter Pan, Giga with that Neverland fever. Lost voice teacher, Captain Hook singer. Magic book thinker, Asiatic hood Inca. Said to Khan, true Islam, music bomb, huge alarm ringer. Describing what I see in the clouds, the Shiva Linga.
This process of the ascension is that from Hermetic astrology we have the knowledge.
feel like I was flying for a minute there.
Only a few more steps for you to carry out the task, to complete the life circle and bring math into the class. The power of the GOAT I invoke so you may climb to the highest mountain peak, just to measure the design. Learn the song of the music in the sky as the seasons change the course of the pupil in your eye.
We're all born at a certain time of day, a certain day of the week, a certain month of the year. Every human being down here is born in a circle of 12.
Yeah, the hands of time clap to the beat. You can't speed them up or slow them down, rap to the sheep. It's a new day dawning, you don't have to be asleep. It's too late to be on, and time's an alchemist thief. And no days are identical, no chapters repeat. So just know if you don't sow it, you don't have it to reap. In the time it developed, still the blind couldn't help it, playing seeds out of season. Here's a rhyme for the relics. Patterns in the matter, me, motion in the ocean. Waves make sound, vibration is composing. Rhythm for the living tune, music no swimming in acoustic boats, drifting, never losing hope, lifting the pillars of solar systems, chronological Qurans. This methodical Islam, this is human soul fixing. The present is a new gift wrapped in no ribbons. Thought in the lakes of the past, I go fishing. Mummy spun and bandages, facts and soul with hidden revelations on the schedule. Fade is so inevitable. Plates of solar vegetables prepared before you see them everywhere in every region. Be aware of all the seasons, all the seasons.
Every cat, mouse, and ant is born at a certain time. Of hour, of minute, of day, of week, of month, of year. We're all registered by the universe in this clock of destiny.
I drink time out the hourglass like champagne flutes. Kai Zodiac for office and my campaign's truth. For the spirit man, the body is a handmade suit. Customized by the tail of the souls. The time fabric on the road to establishing a man-made route. On the yellow brick road, cup and celebrate gold. Life is golden, high rolling 2 dice. This 12-sided, the priest that help hide it. These are stutter guidance, inconvenience, spell lying. It's time to elevate and know. Let's accelerate, go in the heavens, they grow. I return, take a whiff of that old time religion. Solar science was forbidden, get focused on higher living. Knowing the mind is hidden, you know the Messiah is risen every day. With the radiant gleam of sunrise and step away from unusual dreams of love. Why us? God and then ignore. Hike above the science cry, dusted forward radiation on the world of man below. I burst at the grandest glow, I'm lifted like aviation. Everyone's a star, come get your amazing grace in. Reaching out my wings, love connected to the strings, attached to the celestial bodies in the universe. Man is an electrical copy of the human church, circling the chairs where they stop it when the music hurts. Falling on you there, but yeah, this formula is very rare. You gotta do your own research. It's now this is what moves the earth. 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 Now this is what moves the earth.
From that body of information, we're able to find self in terms of talents, abilities, and power. To understand your behaviorism based on 30 degrees that you share with everyone else born in that month, on that day, in that week, of that hour. This is the criteria of the changing, the revolution of human nature.
Whoever created our universe, whoever this one is that we call God, whoever this divine presence is that we refer to as the Almighty, has outlined for us our destiny, and it's written in the stars.
Man man is both his best friend and worst enemy. With the power to invent things, cause us injury.
Talking about that.
I give you the lightning of genius, so you may elevate their minds to the highest of our zenith. Into the great World Wide Web and free the flies that eat the lies before they are consumed by the black widow that reads the skies.
Because you never know what they're going to do, but then again, on the other hand, you are the God. What is your agenda? So what they do here is they take us out of our agenda by making you focus on fear, on what they're going to do next. Who gives a... Whatever they do, they've already done it to us, and we didn't even know about it.
I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Source burn eternal, the spine you can't fight. I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Source burn eternal, the spine you can't fight. You traveling dark tunnels, this path to the law brung you. Mastered the hard jungle, sabbatical star rumble. Watch the planets fighting, clashing titans, smashing up the Coliseum. I don't see the number one yet, and so I gotta be him. And if you show up, then I gotta beat him. Knowledge, freedom, wisdom, this is beauty that consume me. It's forbidden if you choose me, this is wisdom for the new G's. This is no little Uzi, you knew the procedure. It's that Fukushima super easy through your speaker. It's that turn it up, blast it while your head nod. This that resurrected spirit of a dead god that was really sleeping, laughing, they ain't hear me breathing, battling with spirit demons, snatching out the bed squad. I'm still at it with this magic I'm releasing. Kai Zodiac L, my status is increasing. Rumor has it I'm the baddest in the region. City, state, country, or the universe sleeping. My hood is a superdome, firmament, galaxy. Hologram Sims, we are all a big fallacy. Projections of the Uno, step into this new flow. I got older, but the lessons never grew though. When many Lagos hit the essence of the truth, whoa. Had a sacred epiphany, I'm fascinated. It took a moment, then the mystery evaporated. Who puts opponents next to Mr. Get decapitated? They buy jewels, but they spirit is dilapidated. Like any ghetto, I rip it to any tempo. Christen the instrumental, kissing my amaretto. Forget it, I'm dropping elbows. Cornering the marker, show the river, let me part it. They whispering I'm the smartest, hold the trigger, go consider. Maybe switching up your target, this is lyrical catharsis. And rappers and police kill niggas, don't it mean that they in the same department? With different badges, ink is on the parchment. Paper lions, pray that I am risen, I am God's gift. Get up out these hardships, get inside my starship. I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Source burn eternal, the spine you can't fight. I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my feel like a magnetized, half my age. Bill, yes, cause you have to shine, that's the way. It's new times, better nights and brighter days. Sipping truth wine, step into a higher stage. Hit the arena cheering, you feel the people screaming. The fear is disappearing, you feel the secret teachings, the hidden mysteries, forbidden history. It's such a gift to me, I puff considerably. Love my delivery, ears until the speakers glue. Linger on my next word, elevate the evil mood. And what do we conclude? Nature is a gift. When you open up the moment, then the haters don't exist. So I hope the mic opponents learn to make it through the mist. Gourmet thought food, you should place them on your dish. Wake and bake, rise and grind, wake up blowing piff. Roll the planets like dice, watch me shake them in my fist. About to make my own eclipse. It's a flame you don't dismiss, it's a danger to resist. Using nature to predict. I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Source burn eternal, the spine you can't fight. I got them fascinated, I am so right. I got them captivated, looking to my lights. Low self, go blind by the higher gain sight. Source burn eternal, the spine you can't fight.
I say you create the world around you. Well, that's what you do. They give you all of this fear, and you create the world around you. So now you looking next for what the they gonna shit, they don't have no power. But the problem here is that you all are mistaking that for knowledge. What the government gonna do? The government. This is what the gods are doing. We're gods now. The shit done shifted. We create their existence and their stability to still reign through our fear.
The final gifts, a rival fish, swimming in a giant dish. Listen to the lies and myths told behind the scenes of those who play Inception in a show that's in your dreams. By promoting silver screen, moon reflections on the fiends. After spirit, before matter, we sleep in the essence in between.
You must awaken now. You are the melanin carriers on this planet. You were the original 12-stranded people, and you were given that privilege through a whole lot of work in time. It was not something given to you by chance.
Yo, I'm that galaxy explorer, that battle for your aura. Days become weeks and chapters become soras. Come travel these inner waters, each page is so deep. Don't drown inside the sound while you swim inside these hymns. It's light, it's world renowned. I wield this mighty pen. Come nail the righty then, come feel your psyche spin. Can't steal these pricely gems, it's real my Pisces friends. Your software is outdated like IBM. You should download the sound code I found on this cloud. Road a step forever graceful. I slept with many angels to wait. Place on top of these legs will never break you. Death cannot erase you, the breath will not escape you. Connect the proper cable, and yes, I gotta praise you. You slept, I gotta raise you. I'm fresh, check out my debut. Do you have some Ray Poo? Ponder this Islam and give consciousness is common sense. Look at what it came to. I said I entered the game with one ace and I left with 4 queens. It's sweet, you wanna taste? Come feed me these Morris grapes, so easy to orchestrate. Staff of a composer, higher mental faculties. Children in the teacher's lounge, scientific mastery. Admiring the tapestry designs inside the palace. Fire won't devour me, I alone empower me. My poetry's a fountain for your flowing over boundaries. Cup runneth over, yeah, cause over it's about to be apocalypse. French kiss, I promise this is Genesis. New beginning, true religion, emeralds of the Emirates. Sufi mystic, super lyrics, honor made me generous. Educate the mirror, giving knowledge to my nemesis. Return to gold standards, burning dollars just for emphasis. This is deliverance, indulging fresh teas with herbs to give my liverance. Punchlines and hits, don't quit, I'm J Diligence. The brave militant, rock of Gibraltar. This is General Tariq, sprinkle ganja on your altar. Ink and scholar on your corner, thinking proper and no longer will we hesitate to speak. What can elevate the weak? Drinking water from the holiest, the holders. Give me trophies, come and celebrate the chic. The elite, El Khalik, Zig, Zodiac, Mystique. Yeah, I'm smooth like red velvet. I move, I can't help it. I cruise with no helmet. I grew with no template. Candles keep the temple lit. Monastery honorary member of the God, the many faces of the endless myth. Cast inside matter as fast as light scatters through glass from sky ladders. Just ask, the right answers will come like lightning flash. So sick and gave the mic and rats with zombies. Yeah, I might go blast some psychopaths that lie and laugh, but they won't tell. Go try and ask for tickets when the Titans clash. The wicked that lights the path. Modern dark ages, 30 sick, but they won't like a bath. Righteous math, I light the master, strike your ass to lifeless ashes. Sprinkle the grave sites like kingdoms to trade spice. They bring it in Grange rice. Let's bring them to great heights. And if it's beef, I come to my cruise aids like the Christians in Spain fights. Distant in the story now, we live in such strange nights. The truth is so obvious, it's sitting in plain sight. When wisdom remains right, is this for the saints like the planet is a claim, so we exist on the same flight. Flying or we crashing? What's the destination of the mothership? Beloved, this is psychic, fantastic, get you like it. Fans asking, do you do it for the blind? Is it music for the mind? If you spit but they don't listen, is it Jews amongst the swine? If you do it once, it's fine, but don't repeat the foolish ways. Come swim in these acoustic waves of lyrics that remove the slaves, human or divine. It's that super brave-hearted way the targets change the market, or the sheep remain lethargic. I'm in too deep, lofty spirits couldn't enter if they skin's too weak. Yeah, the dream merchant, killer marine serpent, indigenous sheep, birthing what we didn't complete. Who you know that can achieve it? Love's Mr. Love Feet.
So the planet was put into a coma. The planet now wants to awaken. It is almost awakened, and the more you begin to channel in successfully this new energy through your pineals, through your melanin, your energy fields will attract more and more of cosmic light, of cosmic light, of cosmic light, of cosmic light.
Said I'm tired of pain here, it's unbearable. Said there's fire and rain here. There's too many lies now, it's hard to remain clear. The type they just can't hear, spit lightning in they ears. They like to retain fear, unlikely to change gears. Alliances made here, reliance that chase deer. Too many of us die with no gray beards and lengthy tails. I seen the dragon in the spine, vertebrae scales. Measure the cycles, it all starts with a great year. The life in this great sphere, you like what they ain't near, yeah. Earth is caught and she done open the legs wide. Crack the cosmic shell and the yoni her eggs fried. The frying pan Gia flip this over the ledge wide. Wearing while I flow on the next tide, the solid ground. Your genes are genies and the body is the bottle sound. Packaged in the hollow ground, builders of colossal mounds. Villas of McDonald Trump, dealers never follow clowns who wallow drunk and drop their crowns. Clearly they can't stop us now. I'ma shine till the music and fear stops. I seen the whole ocean in one beautiful teardrop. I dream in slow motion and your womb is a mad dot. Supreme in motion, no one see the future prepares crop. Inside our self-portrait, I'll be human to get clocks. Above your plane, see your higher view from my 10 notch. I got a better jet like they do when they hear shots. So bigger kick back like they do when the dead squatch word. We fell from the stars and melanin cars on a quest to find what questions to solve. This is magnifique. Glory aboriginal, it is that unique feather crown. Step in town, flashing for your fashion week. It's like a nap on Ramadan, yeah, many fast asleep. It's that rap phenomenon, zodiac technique. It's the ladder for you fools who ain't half as deep. Let the masses speak the math, the major magnets weak. It's a habit, this is magic at its vastest peak. Reach the tip of yourself and yell victory. I felt the cool breeze with the hell and smell hickory. I'm in a circle, 12 blue eyes, dispel witchery. And danced till I fell from the heights and felt liquidy. This matter is the water that's trapped in the cell energy. Consort to battery in my chest, I felt sympathy. Saw a battery when they flexed and fell mentally. They caught me shadow boxing with death. He yelled fencing me. The flesh is a shelf in the vault that helped hinder me. You ever look deep in these eyes that held mystery? The rain disappears when they rise, it fell visibly. Explain why it tears of this size. They held history. They want to kill us off and they tried but failed miserably.
Mm-hmm.
God damn you, Cypher.
That goddamn cipher. Keep going around the cipher.
Did you hear my clapping? I think I was muted.
Do it again.
I said, did you hear my clapping or was I muted?
I definitely heard you clapping. I felt you clapping too. And I saw you clapping. All the above. That was
I
quite
don't think I
examining.
ever saw that last one. That was like an extra, the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I left what you said in there? It was a lot of things you said in all the songs that I noticed is what's going on now. But in that last one, you said something like water is the matter in the body or something. You remember that line?
You gotta give me more than that.
I don't know how to. Let me go. Let me see. Real quick. And I like when you was like, I'm surrounded by 12 brujas.
Oh yeah. I do remember that.
Let's see. Let's see.
Pain here, it's unbearable. To the spider and rain here. There's too many lies now, it's hard to remain clear. The type they just can't hear. Spit like in your they ears. They like to retain fear. Unlikely to change gears. Alliances made here. Reliance that changed there.
Uranus Taurus, spit lightning in their ears.
Details. I seen the dragon in the spine, vertebrae scales. Measure the cycles, it all starts with a great year. The life in this great sphere, you like what they ain't there, yeah. Earth is caught and she done open the legs wide. Crack the cosmic shell, and the yoni her ex ride. The frying pan,
Her ex ride.
While I float with the next tide, the solid ground. The genes are genies, and the body is the bottle sound. Packaged in the hollow ground, builders of colossal mounds, builders of McDonald's.
Wow.
Dealers never follow clowns who borrow drug and drop their crowns. Clearly, they can't stop us now. I'm shine to the music, the fear stops. I see the whole ocean in one beautiful teardrop. I dream in slow motion, and your womb is a mad dot. Supreme emotion, no one see the future, prepares crop. Inside our self-portrait, I'll be human to get clocks. Above the plane, see your higher view from my 10 knots. I got a better jet, like they do when they.
Oh no, maybe I passed it.
Shots, some bigger kickback like they do with a dead squash.
Nah, my rhymes are that long.
Question solved. This is magnifique. Glory aboriginal. It is that unique feather crown. Step in town, flashing for your fashion week. It's like an apple Ramadan. Yeah, many fast asleep. It's that rap phenomenon. Zodiac technique. It's the ladder for you fools who ain't half as deep. Let the masses speak.
It's a ladder for you fools who ain't half as deep. So dope. Okay, here it comes.
I felt the cool breeze with the hell and smell hickory. I'm in a circle of 12 blue eyes that spell witchery. And dance till I fell from the heights and felt liquidy.
This matter is the water that's trapped in the cell energy. That's Saturn and Pisces.
Mm-hmm.
Water is the
Definitely.
matter that's trapped in the cell energy.
Because water, if you flip the W upside down, what do you get?
Yep, matter.
Water is the matter.
The old memories.
Mm-hmm. Matter is mother. Mother is water. Knowledge. Can you pull up the I want your thoughts on this quickly before we go out with the weekly blueprint. We got the chart of Uranus rising. Which came out on a special special day.
Shout out to everybody
Definitely,
who's still with us
absolutely.
since the
All those
beginning.
who started.
Weekly blueprints, the sun is the king. Virgo new moon, you should love what it bring. Cause change makes dollars if you summon the spring, but ain't ready when it rains, just get under my wings. Weekly blueprints, the sun is the king. Virgo new moon, you should love what it bring. Cause change makes dollars if you summon the spring, but ain't ready when it rains, just get under my, you know? Started out as child's play and it became a task. Stay consistent, then you tripped and couldn't make it last. Old conversations from relations as we trace the past. Harder to stay on path, discrimination, racial class. Raise your glass, magnify, zooming with the magic eye. Some boats you barely recognize as the unorthodox. Time's lifting every boulder, studied all the rocks. Liberation on your mind, cause we don't want the box. Distant heights, switching flights, changes in the airplane. Overjoyed, don't avoid the info, this is rare, strange. Fresh, technological advances in the work. Rejoice, beloved friends, come again. Now this isn't your choice, act accordingly because the freedom is in your voice. Switching up the routine, picking up a new theme. Knowledge changes everything, consider what this news means. A visit, get the broom fiend and grip it till the room's clean. The need for money raises, ticket prices up your wages. Gambling your bucks in Vegas, pleasure seekers led to leisure. Going 7 steps to Libra, balance up the heaven seekers. The sun palace meets the efforts of the legless. Dreamers, swimming, the illusion riders. Music in the movie writers, rain falling out the herb cloud that our blue unite us. If we both just knew the truth, how could you divide us? Who to follow's easy, you the brightest, you can guide us. Weekly blueprints, sun is the king. Virgo new moon, you should love what it bring. The change makes dollars if you summon the spring, but ain't ready when it rains, just get under my wings. Weekly blueprints, sun is the king. Virgo new moon, you should love what it bring. The change makes dollars if you summon the spring, but ain't ready when it rains, just get under my wing.
And now as you find that Uranus rising chart, there we go. Amina, after watching that again, what are your thoughts on this chart?
You said after watching it again, what?
How do you view it through the lens of the chart?
So let's see.
Now, mind you, I don't know the time.
Right, but the moon was in Virgo. Well,
Yeah.
close enough.
And the sun, of course.
Aquarius.
That's Kaim solar return.
That's why I love Uranus rising, because it has the sun in my first house.
It does.
Interesting.
It says, I love it. Sun right in your face.
Uranus rising, I would definitely say that's Uranus and Aries conjunct Mars. Aries and Mars represents the ascendant, right? It represents the first house, which we call the first house is also known as the rising sign, or Aries is also known as the rising sign. Everything rises on the east, which is what
you know what's crazy about that? This was 2019. Right? Here we are, 2023. And you know, me and you were planning on doing this a while ago, but it didn't happen till right now. Why now? That's my
Right now,
ascendant. You were talking about Uranus and Mars and Aries in this chart. That's my ascendant for my solar return this year.
Aries rising. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you sure
So it
are.
puts it puts Uranus and Mars from this chart in the first in my
And I
solar
remember
return chart.
Jupiter was there too.
Yeah. Right. Jupiter is where Mars is.
Mm-hmm.
And I have Jupiter and Mars.
And that's your solar 12th. Makes sense.
It's interesting too. We're under a Jupiter Venus right now.
Yeah. I looked at that too.
And there's a Jupiter Venus in this chart.
Hmm. It's just so divine how it all happens, I feel. Like and the North Node was in Cancer.
Mm-hmm.
So if this
You'll
was an
be
equal house chart, okay, never mind. Mars would be in the Mars
exactly square where the nodes are now.
Capricorn. Saturn was in Capricorn. Yeah.
If you were to put the North Node to the ascendant, it would put the North Node currently now to the 10th.
So we're talking about it publicly. Some
Mm-hmm.
public display for
The purpose of it in which it was initiated. It's like a birth of it. It's like a rebirth.
mm,
You're in this retrograde now. And the sun shines its rays
it
within
is
you.
a rebirth because the Mercury is conjunct Pluto right now. You see that Mercury? That 28 Capricorn? Isn't that where Pluto is
Mm-hmm.
now?
Mercury is where Pluto is, and Pluto is 21, which is the fifth house of where the new moon is going to be.
Mm.
So, thus
No, but I'm saying
resurrecting.
Transiting Pluto is
Yeah,
at 28 Cap, right?
yeah. It's like a Pluto return for this, and Mercury's on where Pluto is now, as well as where the South Node was, right? So ideas, words, things that were said from the past, prophetic. But
Mm.
then, if you were to look at the new moon in Virgo coming, put that to the ascendant. It would put Pluto exactly trying that in the fifth.
Right.
So thus we're taking something artistic and
Redistribute.
resurrecting it.
Yeah, redistribution
Yeah.
or redirecting. Yeah, resurrecting. Hmm. Wow.
We don't get, and again, you're the moon in Virgo, like it is now. About
I thought about that. Like, is that why I love the Virgos, the hieroglyphics, acrobatic?
Virgo moon.
Yes, conjunct the vertex.
We don't gotta dwell on this. I wanted to give a quick analysis of the other events coming this week in that weekly blueprint because it's not just the new moon happening this week. We want to give them a more comprehensive picture of the other cosmological events happening.
Like the Venus trine Jupiter.
Yeah, that's you
Going
could take
far.
that one. That's an important one right there. But again, look, right, Venus trine Jupiter, which you was on the right one. Yeah, the Venus trine Jupiter, which is the blueprint one. Venus trine Jupiter, which is also in the chart of Uranus rising too. So here we have Uranus at the ninth house of the sun, along with Jupiter. Extreme amplification of knowledge,
Mm.
a pouring out, an outpouring. What are your thoughts on the Venus Jupiter?
Um, Feeling like you're far from the things that you really want. Feeling like you're distant from that which is important or some sort of resources. Um, it could even be, I feel, financial challenges when it comes to business or whatever work that we've been putting in, especially because it's a Virgo energy that we're in. I think it could be saying like switch it up to some degree. Especially being that Venus, first of all, Jupiter is in Venus's sign. So it is a major emphasis, going to be a major emphasis on resources in some way. There could
No
be,
doubt about that.
yeah, big
Huge.
blocks to money, big, like money
Look,
could just be slow right now in many industries. Probably even worldwide, really. Jupiter and Taurus is like and Uranus.
you know what it is? It's Jupiter and Taurus and Venus and Leo are possessive. It's like building something up but holding it, because Taurus, it contains, it holds. You eat, where you take something, you bring it in, you put it inside of yourself, you hold it, right? Venus and Leo, both of them are fixed. But what you have to consider is the Uranus. Uranus is the wild card here. Uranus doesn't allow things to be held. You know why? Because because it's the heavens, it's the sky. The sky can't the sky can't even hold rain. It has to give it back to earth to replenish its roots. Now, can you pull up the blueprint? Uranus. Expected changes, unexpected shifts, things that are uncontrollable. Big changes can bring big opportunities. It was coming to me also. This energy is risk taking. It's gambling strategically, planning with an unorthodox and different approach than you would normally take. But this is very, don't be a financial daredevil. Okay. There's going to be a lot of glitches. A lot of glitches. But even things that appear to be glitches can bring the riches because you can stumble onto, this has happened to me so many times too. You can stumble onto perfection by accident. I'm gonna give you an example. This happened to me twice, 2 days in a row. Mercury, twice. I was writing a song. I got about 90% through it. Then I said, "Oh, I'm about to be done." I worked on it for about 4 hours straight. Out of nowhere, my phone glitched, deleted about 50% of what I wrote. Took a walk, tried to remember as much as I could, which brought me back to about 75%. Next day comes, writing a different song. Same thing happens again. Right, it's crazy. Because what you can't forget is that's the last aspect. I don't need to see it. As the sun moves closer towards the end of Virgo, it opposes Neptune, which is the eraser. Like on the pencil, you write with the tip, the head, but then opposite that, you have the tail. The tail is Pisces. It does what? Erase. It's the eraser. It's the men in black. Look right here. and you don't remember nothing. It's the eraser. I've seen it. Things like that happen. I look, I say, okay, like, what's rising? Neptune's on the rise. What is some significant aspect? It's Neptune. Something just poof. You ever look? You ever go around looking for something? You knew it was right there, but it isn't. You look up the energy, Neptune. Neptune makes it disappear, but can also bring it back, which is the art of being a great magician, right? So the greatest magician ever, and magi is Image, the creator who goes into the box, which is the body, becomes buried inside that box, buried alive in it, escapes it, which we mourn as death, reappears, disappears again, in and out of the box. And not only able to go in and out of the box without ever truly dying in it, but coming in and out of the box with a completely new face, with a completely new identity, with a completely new way of being, a completely new way of operating. To eternally shock and amaze the world, going in and out of the box. That is never able to keep it. And then reappearing again. Like magic. This is the Uranus rising. Sudden unexpected lightning. I'm gonna continue where I left off before. I told you what it was for Cancer. And I told you I was gonna go backwards. For Gemini, pay attention to your dreams. Because they'll bring forth unexpected realizations and information. Listen, some of the most genius ideas I've ever had came to me while I was sleeping. This is like the greatest realizations. But you may not even see them. It may just pass you by. What happens if you're given $1 million idea in your sleep and you don't wake up to write it? And that's where the Virgo comes in. That's where the change requires an action balanced with a vision. Tauruses, You're changing in a big way. Right? But you have to voice it too. The expansion of the word. Make a loud noise. Make a joyful sound. This also affects your children, your creative projects. And for you Aries, this is your money changing. And your work switching up your routines, producing different results. And also being able to slow yourself down and bring great changes. But for you Pisces, it's very mental. It's a change of mind, a change of perspective. It also affects your relationships. Of course, if you think different, you got to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you, Virgo. But what about Aquarius? And the changes happening in their homes, and their families. Big shifts that affect their resources, who they depend on, and their partners' work, and what they gain through it. But what about Capricorns? This could bring the most explosive, creative outbursts of innovation for you. But you like to get stuck in doing things the same way because it's traditional. This this is what causes you to transform yourself. What kills you also resurrects you and brings you new opportunities. Affects your children. Your heart might be heartbroken, or there may be some big change that brings a spark to you. For Sagittarius and the responsibilities that they need to pay attention to the trees and not just the forest. But it's only through being still, focusing. That's the change. It's going to produce new opportunities to work, breakthroughs in health matters. And you Scorpios, big changes in your relationships, in your friendships, both and how they affect each other and work together or not. There's a lot going on, but there's a heavy reliance on others right now. But you can be supported by some of the best friends that you could have now. But at the same time, that doesn't give you the freedom you desire. And what about the Libras? What about the Libras? The balance of the Libras, black and the white, the young and the seniors. Battle of the scales. Libras, there's a lot going on in their dreams, and the subconscious mind is very active. Be very diligent with doing what you need to do and not ignoring it, so you don't have to secretly worry while looking good on the surface. Doing what you would ignore because you think it's a chore will bring you more than you ever had before. There's also breakthroughs happening in the resources of your partners. Gained through inheritance, and that thing is being held for you on the other side. The spirit and the matter. Did I forget anybody? Virgos. We touched on Virgo. Leo. Big changes in those who are in positions of authority. But this could be some of the most fortunate opportunities for you in the public, things that involve groups of people, not just you and your own ego. Pay attention to your resources. Make sure you're eating the right foods. But your efforts are definitely paying off if you're using them right. Uh, Virgo new moon, get things in order. In order and out of order. Whatever appears to be in disarray is only going to be in order in a day. Everything is being put in place, no matter how displaced. It's all in design right upon the clock face. Knowledge you back. It appears he's been abducted by the aliens. Amina predicted it earlier. Maybe they cloned him like Tyrone. We need to check to see if that's really you. Amina.
God damn you, Cypher.
They got her too.
Hmm?
Oh, there she go. There she go. This Neptune in the seventh house. Other people. Poof. Neptune. Amina, you still with us? I don't think she is.
Hmm?
There you go. I want to know if you had any final thoughts you wanted to add.
Mm, this was a great show. I learned a lot, and I love how the wheel of time is always forever spinning, and you can always extract something from it. Every song I saw something very telling and revealing according to the current transits of today.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the album is years old, I think it truly just speaks to, you know, a lot of Uranian energy that is amongst us. So, yeah, but great show. Dope album.
I agree. Thank you for being here. Bring your light upon the subject.
Hmm?
I said thank you for being here and shining your light upon the subject.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So make sure you donate to the congregation. We continue to bring you more amazing content, more jewels, more schools, more temples for the mental. Everything that happens coincides, is coincidental. appreciate everyone who came through to the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have any last thoughts? Before we close the doors.
I know Kung Fu.
Show me.
Show me. I suppose it's time to take it out.
In 86, the devil raised the bar, but I'm a hurdler. And I'm the good thief. I sneak in your toxic house, the burglar. The musical Merkaba came to set free the Lucifer worshippers. Like James Bond 007, the soul of an old legend. Negative energy murderer. Good or evil, angel or demon interpreter. Kings with frankincense and myrrh. And perfumes anoint me soon as my birth occur. Like Ben-Hur, I'm indigenous to Gilgamesh. With brilliantness became the builders of the pyramids. Now we lost in American North wilderness. I became the force, a poor man's ventriloquist. On the island far away from home like Gilligan. Took us from our villages till we find our way back through resilience and our diligence. Through rags and wave caps, black fists look militant. In college remembrance, while living ignorance. Driving kids with innocence, dreams fly limitless. Straight towards the nebula, with cannon or the terror. Black boys face, we all in this together. I chase demons in my cape, my sword and my scepter. His brother Glow the Great, the lord of this era. Royal priesthood, gold plates and treasures. Anubis, my eye, weigh your heart against the feather. Carted Satan out your soul, lifting him out, he's on the stretcher. With my divine helicopter, with shocking propellers, outlines made of copper. The fortune teller, my dragon glows green like matcha. New York regalia, like Robin Walker is the prophet Walter. From the days of Iron Sheik versus Sergeant Slaughter. Blue around my garment borders. Fringes, execute vengeance. Mathematics, Qurans and Taurus. Rock the head of Horus. Rocks in the watch is gorgeous. Behind my will, it fell into the wheel. Metamorphing. Start spinning clockwise and counterclockwise. On the outside, my car became a flying saucer. Straight through the orbit. Use my mind. Lose my mind. I will. Use my mind.
Yo, masquerade killer, Michael hijack the sun, matinee thriller. Zombie apocalypse, a center for disease, says my tracks are way iller. Isodrenochrome cubes keep they cabernet chiller. And thought this thought, they don't want you to think. Knowledge is power, shock the flowers, make my aura look pink. To know the ledge, godly hour, push your thoughts to the brink. You can't even close your eyes, become a corpse if you blink. Where the oracle sink, I was born in the Sphinx. Copper DNA necklace with historical links. Hiding poison in the food, in the water you drink. Cause they raised done and natives biding their time. Thought food, the Lord exhaust tube coming down on my mind. Stab you with a light ray cause you was dying to shine. Then I disappeared like a truth post in your IG. Holy Spirit dripping like a ghost in your IV. Can't deport them all, we was already here. So get in tune with the voices in the water right here. You don't see the embryo in the form of your ear. Invisible man, I make myself awfully clear. Royal priesthood, astrologies is Lord of the Spears. Throwing platinum plates, you thought the flying saucers appeared. Yeah, they scared to wear their own face in the street. Deep elixirs, beast addicted to the taste of the sheep. On Harry Potter's wheel, the God knew arrange my physique. Kai, Elohim, hemoglobin, the Arabian chic. 7 circles like the planets in the days of the week. Supreme math, solar facts in the language I speak. You brainwashed if you watching the news. Never make the wrong step when the law's in my shoes. The dream weaver make it seem there's no option to choose. Corona dope fiends, they be trying to nod. They in line to get shot, that's a fireman squad. Pharmaceutical, shoot to kill line with the gods. I cried for the angel babies that have died in the fog. Caught up in the crossfire, like a panther in a Klan rally. Zodiac, they need these answers in my hands badly. Like palm readers, break dancers in the sand valley. I moonwalked on chemtrails in the sky. On the path to ancient Kemet, where the scales in my eyes. The sun and moon temple sitting on the side of my head. A million years I still remember every line that I said. Hermes Trismegistus, serve me the statistics. 99 attributes of a law, 99% survival rate. Imagine the odds when you're the Neo, you're the one that made the patterns evolve. Another chapter to solve, why did Saturn revolve? Spinal column, I am Amen, climb the ladder to Oz. On a rocket to Nebula, the planet of the gods.
Use my mind.
Shapes in the box, tetragrammaton, Tetris, see my face in the watch. Circle of life displayed in an arrangement of clocks. You can't be so diplomatic when you're breaking the locks. God Zodiac, Killer Priest, Wrong Priest.
Now that feels just about like a plantation. We're all indentured servants. When I found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington, I wanted to smack somebody. You know, I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks.
Are you ready for the pendulum swing? That brings us back on the top, where we meant to be kings. They say my mental has wings. Too brilliant for you. Introducing a man who embodies a revolution. Time in my DNA, thoughts beyond human. There's only winning, I fought beyond losing. Cop street fight in the court style. Your jurisdiction is rooted in pure fiction. Make the captain jump ship, either exit or execution. My music shock and eclectic electrocution. I always said when I reach heaven, I'm never moving. Truman Show, the stage became small. There ain't no room to blow. My vibe is so high in the hood, I'm like a UFO. Marty McSide, I got that back to the future glow. Our backs against the law cause we forgot what we used to know. Return of the ancient ones. Why the smart plague and dumb, you looking so lame. When I rhyme, put you to shame for fun. You being chased with freedom's at stake, I make the agents run. Every zombie's a potential god, sleepwalking. Freedom calling to you wake inside a deep corking. We're rocking moccasins, popping enough fedora and pouring bottles of incredible thoughts of my supporters. But you ain't take the time for exploring your own orbit. So you trapped in a trap and you cornered on the corner. The cheese you rashes chasing ain't worth the half of this course. And your galactic god warrior, rapid and odd formula. Pay attention when I stand at the podium. You rappers check for bars, I'm checking who's got no room. And it ain't even that you're weak when you rap. You bring scoop and scared of puddles like you deep when you lack the basic nutrients for me to even eat you for snack. Smack you brutally, and I ain't even need to attack, but trying to be on trap beats instead of being in the trap.
The Negro is still languished in the corners of American society.
I don't fear, oh no, my soul's with me. Alright, intermission, we gonna let it breathe for just a second. Let you catch your breath. Cool off for a minute, cause we about to turn it up. Because I ain't scared like your parents these days to say your music sucks. But I got news for us. That ain't your music, that's a government experiment geared to shoot your future up. Like Sierra Leone, not the singer, he without sin. I threw this capstone at all you thinkers. The judgment bringer, I come with 100 Incas. Cacao Olmec, my queen's the color of Medina. Avocado mask, skins like butter on the features. My window never had the smoke screen of non-believers. And these days you can't tell the dons from who's the deepest. I'm hot before the fever unlock the door that keeps you in prison and hard to reach it with wisdom from out the ethers. My record is an ancient script. Historians be reaching in they craze to get. My creative gift is an ancient myth told for generations. The soul of many nations and one man who's taken the head of plenty Sagans. The day spinning slip through my fingers just like grains of sand. You feel you hate, I am the sun here to awaken man. The dawn of a new day, rise and get ready. My mind, it gets heavy while blacks dance. Connect the words melanin and melody. Don't meddle with the pedals, be gentle on the brakes. Your body is the world's soup when they sent you from outer space. Murder without a case, a burglar without a safe. Through each hole they spiral kundalini like a shoe. The serpent is like the lace, dispersed without a trace, like ghosts without a face. In this life, my soul's out of its place. Who's the Anunnaki from planet rock flow is amazing grace. God bless me with telepathy, excellence to ecstasy, submerge another continent, probably make an extra C. I make an extra me, binary star system programmer for Mars destiny, planetary projection of light that makes holograms. Hollow man made of space dust, Akashic sand, nirvana the promised land. I've written upon a land, invisible sonogram, predicted the common man. Give tickets for web traffic and digital contraband. Hold up a lost call and admitting that I'm the man. Peace. No doubt. Alright. From a cosmic gravesite, buried in dark matter, one page in the book of life became lengthened in large chapters. You can't spit your song after a lyrical born master with spiritual core valor. Each lyric is stores hammered, don't bicker with horse manners. I'm gifted with more answers for lyrics that cause cancer, verbal intercourse, tantra. Yo, PR to Atlanta to Lemuria, Atlantis. Yo, they can't handle this. Didn't read the manuscript. My ship just appeared on the earth without landing it. Then I vanished quick.
But what if the people who told you that you wasn't from there actually received checks and actually swore oaths? Not to tell you what you really are. So they can walk around and beat you and take advantage of your birthright and inheritance without you catching on to it. What you have been taught is that you're not from here. You've been taught that you're an alien.
And you don't even challenge it even in your own mind. That's slavery. And it's a pact you just made with them. And so you've agreed to a fraudulent jurisdiction that they created. And then it makes it legal because you're great.
So when you're out of your culture, you are out of your living mind. And it's very dangerous when somebody else defines your thought pattern. And whose education are you getting? You can't get a good education in these universities. What I'm teaching you today, none of it came from their institutions. But brothers and sisters, your best education is to go to the source. Go to the source.
Okay, you ready to go to sleep?
Can you read me a bedtime story first? Because I like staying up tonight.
You gotta get your rest though.
Yeah,
Story?
Yes, please.
Alright, what you got in mind?
I love this story. I haven't read it at all, but can you?
Let me see. Tarot. Show animations, reading our tales. Okay. By Ka Zodiac. Let's see.
Spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveil. These are true animations, reading our tales. Spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveil. These are true animations, reading our tales. Zodiac, I threw the lightning in the tower card. Our story started with a fool who was a vagabond, dressed in rags, nothing but a stick that was a magic wand. Headdress with feathers, he suffered from amnesia. So we wandered like a gypsy while puffing on plant reefer, just trying to fit each piece of the puzzle like Pangea. Key to open depths that were hidden, where he met the magician, hat brim, infinity shape, trained metaphysician. He gave a premonition, helped him with the struggle, extended his hand and gave his Ouroboros belt buckle. Next he met the high priestess who gave him telekinesis. Moon below her toes, UFO in the Venus glyph. Beam me to the Empress, crowned with 12 stars in it. One for each sign of the zodiac opulence, joined by the emperor whose roar made the heavens shake. The emperor ram's horns in the letter shape, dressed in red, Mars upon his head, let it resonate. Images replaced by 4 Moors like our former glory. Great performer, listen closely if you want the story. Next came the hieroglyphic phantom of the optimist, primer the Indian, hierophant astrologist, throwing up the sign of peace, gave him wisdom, sent him straight to Eden, but the time was brief for even in the blind belief. Sleeping Beauty lover's card, rode off in the chariot, canopy of heaven, 2 sphinxes trained to carry it. Signs in his brain with the reins to a justice, ruler king measured on the scales for the justice. Hermit at the mountaintop, standing at the cuspice, lancing with the star. David shot it in his one fist, who spun the wheel of force and blindfolded with a sun disc. With strength to hang the man who was a bat like getting gun fist, who legs were crossed like Jupiter's. Death remained among myth, skeleton upon the horse, reaper in the psychic flames. Ghost rider speaking prediction before the cycle came. Next he came to a river and saw a vision, an angel with 2 cups in her hands for temperation to cool the hot-headed, and viewed the exorcism. 1 foot in water, 1 foot on the land, like noble Jew, Pope a caterpillar, books in the sand, forfeit spirits back in bodies till they couldn't expand. Bartender of the breath of man, chalice of the body, tempted by the devil, bad for Mephistopheles, offered fame but lost his name, inheritance and property. Now we reached the beginning, but it tyros the tower, climb the spiral staircase, coming kind of the flower, human body, stellar dweller, Kabbalatry, struck by Zig Zodiac bolts that made the robbers flee, jumping from the windows, shocking revelation, 9/11, spinal resin, cosmic elevation, beneath the sun, moon and stars, he watched the set awaken, the council of the 7 lights above him like a Sagan, making wishes from the dragon that exists for the occasion, probabilific, everlasting words written in the flames of Mayan mystic spell casting, Mr. Wisdom spells Latin, Rotary, notary, rotor wheel spoke to me. Torah turn over Taurus, Torah in the rotor tree. Ring around the rosary, Aries in the ovaries. Rosemary's baby still buried in the coat you see. All the book of life stories written in the card deck. Fishing with a large net, how distant can the stars get? It's so close like I'm sitting in the star jet. Dollars worth more than gold is in ignorance and large debt. Vision how the bond is met, miracle in bronze flesh. Did you see the tale that is written in your arms? Yo, flowers in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveiled. These are true animations, reading our tales. Spirals in the air when you breathe and exhale. From Aries to Ram to Libra to Scale. Each card is a page as the secrets unveiled. These are true animations, reading our tale.
Well, it's time for me to go to bed.